and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts, leaders, and change makers who are ready to drive accountability in every sector, including finance. If you believe in responsible stewardship, ethical leadership, and clean administration, this is where you need to be. Let us turn oversight into impact. Let us build systems that protect value and people. Be in the room. Be part of the change. Be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Corruption is not just a crime, it's a crisis. But what if we could take intentional steps towards combating this scourge? From 3 to 5 September 2025, University of Johannesburg is hosting the Combating Corruption Summit, where bold ideas meet action and integrity will take center stage. From whistleblowers to watchdogs, from blockchain pioneers to policy reformers, UJ will bring together the brightest minds and the bravest voices. Why? Because it is time to face corruption head-on, to expose how corruption manifests, share tools that stops corruption, and to compile and sign a pledge to show a united stance against fraud and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts, leaders, and change makers who are ready to drive accountability in every sector, including finance. If you believe in responsible stewardship, ethical leadership, and clean administration, this is where you need to be. Let us turn oversight into impact. Let us build systems that protect value and people. Be in the room, be part of the change. Be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
sibonane. Tilikantaba sibonane. Tilikantaba sibonane. Tilikantaba sibonane. Tilikantaba sibonane. Dabe sikutewe ma. Sitela wena.
Bon dia, dobre utra, shupravat, zalshanghao, saubona, and good morning. We are the Mzansi Youth Choir, and we are excited to be with you all today. Thank you for being here today, and to the audience, you all look absolutely amazing. Thank you to the University of Johannesburg for giving us the opportunity to perform for you today. To kick things off, the first two songs on our set list are Mbombela and Say Africa. We hope you enjoy the music as much as we will enjoy sharing it with you. Enjoy. Mbombela, when you go Mbombela.
Mbombela, Mbombela, when you go Mbombela. Mbombela, Mbombela, when you go Mbombela. Mbombela, Mbombela, when you go Mbombela. When you go Mbombela, when you never say me. When you go Mbombela, mamu yangishiya. When you go Mbombela, when you never say me. When you go Mbombela, mamu yangishiya. Shugu, 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 shugu. Shugu yangishiya. Shugu, 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 shugu. Mamu yangishiya. Shugu, 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 shugu. Shugu yangishiya. Shugu, 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 shugu. Mamu yangishiya. Shosholoza, shosholoza, oh yeah yeah. Shosholoza Mbombela. Shosholoza, shosholoza, shosholoza Mbombela. Shosholoza, shosholoza, oh yeah yeah. Shosholoza Mbombela. Shosholoza, shosholoza, shosholoza Mbombela. When you go Mbombela, when you never say me. When you go Mbombela, mamu yangishiya. Tumalateya, 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 tumalateya. Hey le 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 le, hey le le le, hey le le le.
We crossing
Africa, Africa, kaya, Africa, Africa, kaya.
through our tribe
Africa,
of my
kaya,
home,
Africa, Africa, kaya.
coming into Joburg, the Sentin swimming pools and the Soweto airports and railway stations, stranded with the red tickets. The languages and the places change, and the sky has different stars.
I may be walking in the streets of a city called London, but the dust on my boots and the rhythm on my feet and my heartbeat say Africa. I may be walking in the streets of a city called Amsterdam, But the dust on my boots and the rhythm on my feet and my heartbeat say Africa. 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 Sakia Mzansi.
Are you enjoying the show, ladies and gentlemen? Are you really enjoying the show? Selassie, I need more noise. Are you enjoying the show? Right about now, the ladies are about to perform a beautiful song called Malaika. It means my angel in Swahili. I hope you guys will enjoy it. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Ningekuoa maliwe, ningekuoa wadada. Nashindwa na mali sina we, ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina we, ningekuoa malaika. Kireke, ukuwaza kireke. Kireke, ukuwaza kireke. Ningekuoa maliwe, ningekuoa wadada. Nashindwa na mali sina we, ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina we, ningekuoa malaika. Animotava ngeluma sengitshela. Senkulile bantaba muyeye. Animotava ngeluma sengitshela. Senkulile bantaba muyeye. Animotava ngeluma sengitshela. Uyeye. When you young bambesela, when you young bambesela, Sekulile bantaba muyeye, Animotava ngeluma sengitshela.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we have come to the end of our set. don't worry, because you have been an amazing and beautiful audience. We're going to sing our last 2 songs, which are your favorite hits and need no introduction. Now, please note, on the 31st of October, also on the 1st of November, we'll be hosting our concert at Soweto Theatre. Tickets are available at Web Tickets. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms. Instagram, TikTok, also on Facebook. Enjoy. Thank
Vulindlela, wema mpopozi. Vulindlela, yekela umona. Suka wena siyashada namhlanje. 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 Suka wena siyashada namhlanje.
Mahasebe.
Siyashada namhlanje.
Zemshadweni.
Suka wena siyashada namhlanje. Suka wena siyashada namhlanje. Vulindlela, wema mpopozi. Vulindlela, yekela umona. Vulindlela, wema mpopozi. Vulindlela, yekela umona. Suka wena siyashada namhlanje. Vulindlela, wema mpopozi. Vulindlela, yekela umona. Vulindlela, wema mpopozi. Vulindlela, yekela umona. Jerusalem, ikhaya lami, ngilondoloze, uhambe nami, sungangishiyela. Jerusalem, ikhaya lami, ngilondoloze, uhambe nami, sungangishiyela.
Everybody stand up and join us. Stand up and join us.
Give it up for the Mzansi Youth Choir. We love them. As they leave the stage, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your program director, your MC, your comedian for this 3-day summit, a man who looks a little like Brad Pitt, but a lot like Ruda Landman in the final days of Carte Blanche. Go wild, it's Alan Committee. More, build. Yes! How beautiful. Hello. A very warm welcome to all of you to this magnificent 3-day Combating Corruption Summit. We are delighted to have you in this very splendid auditorium. Can we give University of Johannesburg a round of applause for being our hosts? Let me immediately get down to protocol. You need to do that when you're hosting a summit like this. And so on behalf of the great University of Johannesburg, may I please welcome all members of the UJ Council, including our acting chair of council, Dr. Ndema. We'd also like to welcome our esteemed Vice Chancellor, Prof. Mpedi, members of royalty who are present. Later during the conference, we'll be hearing from Princess Zibi, and we're also welcoming, I think Chief Zibi is amongst us here this morning. We want to recognize all government officials, not just here, we just recognize government officials. Always recognize a government. You don't often recognize them, but you must recognize them. That's what I've been told. Yes, you can clap, but that's fine. And then we want to thank our sponsors. Our sponsors have all been extraordinarily generous, and we are grateful for that. And then, of course, probably most importantly, we want to welcome all of you, the delegates and any honorable guests who find yourselves amongst us here. This is going to be an exciting 3 days. I suspect it will be very informative. It will be enlightening. It will be a time for us to really spend some time together. We live in crazy times that we don't need to dwell on, not just in South Africa. Challenging though it is to live in this beautiful country, around the world, no one knows what's going on. In fact, there are many first world countries waking up for the first time to corruption and despotic leaders and to crime and to wars, whereas we in South Africa, we have lived with that for 400 years. We don't even panic anymore. We wake up in the morning, we see the news, we go, what? And then we get avos from Woolies. That's become our main focus, and that's almost too ridiculous. So over the next 3 days, we will be unpacking some of the more intricate and intimate details around this summit. So we are thrilled to have you here, ladies and gentlemen. I suspect you should all have programs. Many of them were emailed to you. If you haven't, please make use of the QR code in the foyer. You can access the program throughout the day. But rest assured, even if you don't, what you will see presented before you, I think, will be just tremendous. I also need to just quickly tell you, if you're looking for the little boys or little girls room, not that we recognize gender, it could be any which way. The toilet facilities are out into the foyer and to my left, your right. As you go out to your left, and then it's a non-smoking venue. They've told me to reiterate this. We have very strong anti-smoking legislation in Gauteng. So if you are a smoker, and I suspect there are 1 or 2 of you amongst us, and we judge not, please don't smoke in the auditorium. You've got to go out into the piazza, into your car. You get on the M1, you go N1, N3. I'm joking, obviously. It's further. You go through the Heidelberg toll. Only around Harry Smith, that's where you're allowed to smoke now. They're very strict about that, so go and enjoy that. And I see General Counsel smiling, but a very weak smile as he waits to be introduced. Yeah, this is my time, I'm going to be doing. And so, and then also to say, we always have to observe any safety protocols, so let's just take a moment and watch this safety video, which is necessary to get us going.
Familiarize yourself with escape routes and escape doors in your current environment. Escape doors will be identified by way of signage. In case of an emergency, the evacuation alarm will be activated. During an emergency, press the push button or call points closest to you. On hearing the alarm, evacuate the building by following the evacuation route signage. Do not use the lifts. Evacuate to the assembly points. Stay at the assembly point until otherwise informed. Assist people with disabilities. What to do during an earthquake. Taking the proper actions such as drop, cover, and hold on can save lives and reduce the risk of injury. After the shaking, do not evacuate until instructed, unless there is immediate danger such as a fire, gas leak, or other life-threatening conditions. Use of fire extinguisher. Check the gauge. Pull the pin. Test the extinguisher by pressing the handle. Aim at the base of the fire. Sweep the nozzle side to side. Once the fire is out, don't walk away. Watch the area for a few minutes in case it reignites. Safety starts with you.
The University of Johannesburg.
That was interesting, that voiceover. It felt like it was going to go somewhere. The University of Johannesburg. But then it didn't. It was just to say the name. And so that's helpful as well in terms of safety. If you are in this room, the safety doors, there's one there to the right, halfway up the exit. And otherwise, you can use the back exits. And we will gather in the parking lot outside. But hopefully all will be well. That's the good news. I arrived here at the UJ campus on Sunday and went to the wrong gate. I went to gate 3792B, and then they told me to go to gate 71, double C, subsection 1, and then that sent me across to gate 11. At one point, I ended up at Tix, which was interesting, which is actually connected to this campus. I didn't even realize, and finally arrived here 10 minutes before the conference. So the fact that you've made it is very impressive. A lot of these people will be arriving in the coming months, and we look forward to that. So let's get going. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? What a delight to have you here. Welcome to day one. Please now, if you will, go very wild. This man I consider not a close friend, but not even a confidant. In many ways, a contractual obligation. But I love him. Please welcome the General Counsel, Dries Pretorius.
Good morning. Sawubona, Dumelang, and Goeiemorgen. Now, one lesson I've learned from this experience this morning is next year I'm going to go before Alan and not after Alan. I'm going to change the tone a little bit. I'm going to share something very, very short with you. Judge Malambo, the Deputy Judge President, shared this with me a couple of months ago, and I really thought this is something we all need to take to heart. And then I'm going to shortly introduce the VC. The great man himself. Robert Sobukwe once said, "True leadership demands complete subjugation of self, absolute honesty, integrity and uprightness of character, courage and fearlessness, and above all, a consuming love for one's people." Those are really powerful words. I'm taking the liberty, and I'm rephrasing that, the respectful liberty. I'm saying, a consuming love for one's people demands complete subjugation of self, absolute honesty, integrity, and uprightness of character, courage and fearlessness, and above all, true leadership. If we lead and love in this way, there will be no room for corruption, and the skirts will shrivel and die. Welcome to the second UJ Combating Corruption Summit. Let me get out the VC's paper, which is twice as long as what I just said, because he's that impressive man. Letlokwa George Mapedi completed his B. Juris and LLB at Vista University. An LLM degree in labor law was conferred upon him by the Rand Afrikaans University. Upon completing his LLB, he was employed as a junior lecturer in the Department of Mercantile Law at Vista University. In August 2003, Professor Mapedi accepted a position as a research fellow at the Max Planck Institute for Foreign and International Social Law in Munich. In 2008, the LLD degree in mercantile law was conferred upon him by the University of Johannesburg. Before his current position as Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Mapedi served as Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Executive Dean, Faculty of Law at the University of Johannesburg. He lectured labour law and social security to LLB postgraduate and certificate students, and he has delivered papers at numerous national and international conferences. Professor Mapedi has published widely on social security and labour law in South Africa, Southern Africa and Anglophone Africa. One of his recent publications include a co-authored book, Labour Law in Ghana. Professor Mapedi is an NRF-rated scholar. He is placed in the B category, a researcher who enjoys considerable international recognition by peers. If you go onto exclusive books and search Professor Mapedi, you will find a number of books that he's written, but I think the one that's most interesting for me in any event is From the Baobab to the Mosquito. And I can punt this book because all the royalties from the sale of that book goes to a scholarship. So please go out there, read the book. It is a fantastic book. Professor Mapedi, he is a remarkable man who cares deeply about this institution, South Africa and its people, and has gone to extraordinary lengths to install integrity. Welcome, Professor Mapedi.
Thank you very much, General Counsel. I thought you were going to say Litlokampedi works here and then life goes on. But thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. Distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, good morning. Dumelang. You have to answer like you are not afraid to say hello, and you are not afraid for people to say they saw you at the Corruption Summit. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Good morning, Program Director. I must behave, otherwise, you are going to crack jokes about me. I'm a lawyer, and I have the best General Counsel, in Africa, so be careful. But I have to greet you so that I'm not in trouble with you. Ladies and gentlemen, our Program Director did a fantastic job of acknowledging all the important people. So I'm going to do this government thing of saying all protocols observed, whatever it means. But at UJ, we say all excellence observed. Remember that. It is a privilege to welcome you at the Anti-Corruption Summit, ladies and gentlemen. Hosted here, Program Director, we say great University of Johannesburg, in collaboration with the Office of the General Counsel. This is the second summit, ladies and gentlemen, which means more are coming. Please, after this, make sure that you block your calendar, your diaries for next year. No pressure, General Counsel. I am told, ladies and gentlemen, that I have 10 minutes for this opening remarks, which is perfect, because 10 is rather symbolic. 10 is rather a symbolic number. It is the number of commandments Moses received, and it got me thinking, perhaps that our society needs, what our society needs is a new set of commandments for the fight against corruption. The first one would be simple. Thou shalt not steal from the public purse. How does that sound? Clear enough, ladies and gentlemen. Yet we know how quickly human creativity can blur what should be a bright line, isn't it? Words like reallocating resources, finding efficiencies, or securing a future for my family's family are all familiar euphemisms that disguise what is, at its core, corruption, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, we're hustling. Yes, Yachereza. History, ladies and gentlemen, is filled with codes, some written, others unwritten. Corruption is bad, but sometimes I wonder, I'm like, these people really, if you steal, a cable, supplying electricity to a hospital, you want to kill all the patients. Criminals, man, have codes, man. I'm not saying corruption should be condoned, under the guise of codes. And I'm like, these guys have no codes. And as I was reflecting, preparing for this opening remarks, I thought pirates have codes. The mafia have codes, So this is what led me to talking about written and unwritten codes, I say to you this morning, consider the pirates' codes, famously described as guidelines rather than rules. Pirates had articles about dividing plunder and maintaining order. Article 1 of most of the codes, pirates' codes, provides that every man shall have an equal vote. Article 6, no person may take private plunder. On paper, ladies and gentlemen, these are not bad rules, isn't it? But history shows us how quickly noble-sounding codes can collapse when self-interest takes over. Then there is the Mafia Code of Ometo, the oath of silence. In the underworld, silence meant survival. In our modern context, whether in corporate boardrooms, public institutions, or even community organizations, ladies and gentlemen, silence can serve the same purpose, protecting wrongdoing by discouraging those who want to speak out. A collective I can't recall or averted eyes can be as damaging as the act of corruption itself. But ladies and gentlemen, we did not gather here today simply to laugh at pirates and mafiosi or also to see that I've watched all the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, or I watched The Godfather. We are here because corruption erodes the very foundations of our democracy, our economy, and our shared humanity. It diverts resources away from the poor, undermines trust in institutions, and breeds cynicism in our youth. It is quite literally the opposite of the African philosophy of Ubuntu, ladies and gentlemen. I am because we are. Where Ubuntu insists on shared responsibility and dignity, corruption proclaims, I am, so you are not. As Kofi Annan once reminded us, and I quote, if corruption is a disease, transparency is a central part of its treatment, close quote. These words, ladies and gentlemen, ring true because combating corruption requires more than moral appeals. It requires systems of accountability, robust institutions, independent courts, transparent procurement practices, and civic education. It demands the courage of whistleblowers, the vigilance of the media, and the active involvement of civil society. As universities, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special role to play. We are the places where future leaders are shaped. If we do not cultivate ethical leadership, then we should not be surprised to find ourselves governed, employed, or even managed by those who see public service or corporate duty as private gain. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, the knowledge generated here, the debates we hold, and the examples we set matter far beyond this summit. At the great University of Johannesburg, we do not tolerate corruption, I can tell you that. You steal peanut butter from the students that are here to learn and sell it somewhere, we'll find you and we'll follow processes. People who hang around here, you don't know what they're doing. Our campus is here, are secured. We'll find you. Hey, do you know who I am, Vice Chancellor? I know you are not a student. How did you come in here? We don't play with those things. Oh, we cultivate relationships. I know powerful people. We know the law. We know that here we are training future leaders because corruption starts here. I studied at one of the universities that do not exist. One day a person is a president of the SRC, the next thing the person owns a taxi. Then the other day the SRC trust fund is all gone. People got away with those things. Here, no. You want to be a leader? We will send you overseas to learn about leadership. We will provide courses to train you as a leader because we know that one day you are going to hold an office of great importance. But if you steal, you go around threatening people, promising people that you can sell spaces because people want to study here, we will find you. We will find you. Now you see the Tokoloshis that don't like us talk ill about corruption are now coming out. Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin today's discussions, let us think beyond codes of pirates and mafias and instead imagine a new code for our time. A code rooted in integrity, ladies and gentlemen. A code animated by justice. A code grounded in Ubuntu. If we can commit ourselves to these principles, ladies and gentlemen, then perhaps the 10 minutes I have spoken today can contribute to a 10-year journey or more towards a society where corruption is not the norm but an aberration. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you and welcome once again to the summit.
Thank you very much, Prof. If we can ask you to stay on stage for a moment and have a picture taken, if that's okay. Yes. And I'll call, I think General Counsel is just here in the wings. We'll have that photograph. Give another round of applause. Lovely to hear from the Vice Chancellor. I'm just checking, are we doing a picture? Is anyone taking the picture? There we go. Is photographer, are you happy? There we go. This is not even an official photographer. She's a part-time Jehovah's Witness recruitment program officer for the greater Auckland Park area. So that's very exciting. Do you want to be part of the picture? No. Yeah, come on. We welcome back General Counsel. We'll have a quick picture with the two of them. Vice Chancellor, while you were talking, backstage someone tried to sell me some peanut butter, which was very strange. And then the campus security came in and just tackled him and took him away. But apparently he was one of the science lecturers. Anyway, it doesn't matter. That can happen. So thank you very much. There we go. Give them another round of applause, and we are grateful for them. There we go. Thank you. I got to say, we've achieved so much in this country. You know, we talk about corruption. It is one of the challenges we faced every year. And by the way, General Counsel has just told us, and the Vice Chancellor should know, we've already organized dates for next year. That is a sign of a great University of Joburg. They are on it. They were already pre-planned. But the country has many challenges. But having said that, we must also celebrate what is beautiful about our country. And the most beautiful thing is us, the people. We are a resilient people. We are resourceful people. And if we can finally find a way, we talked about Ubuntu there, and find the geselligheid is a lovely Afrikaans word, the network, the collegiality, then I think we go some way to combating those who want to work against it. But let's never forget, we've achieved many things. We had a free and fair election last year. Not all countries can boast that. We have now a GNU government, 837 ministers per portfolio. So that is a lot of representation. It's almost too much, isn't it? You might argue. But that's for another panel. And we achieved, we even achieved electricity last year. Yes, we mustn't forget that. Not in Joburg, but in the rest of the country. It was amazing. And I think what keeps our country going often is the sporting achievements. My goodness, at the moment we can't stop creating champions. Wherever we look, our sprinters cross the finishing line. The Banyana were World Cup, African Cup champions. We had Blitzbokke, top podium finishers. The Springboks had a bit of a wobble 2 weeks ago. We were shocked. We couldn't believe that they were losing. Even with 3 minutes to go, we kept saying they'll still win because we hadn't experienced loss for so long. But it was a good wake-up call. The Proteas are now world champions. Even Bafana won a match by accident recently. So there is much to be celebrated. So with that in mind, let's now address, besides those great achievements, some of the challenges that do lie ahead and get into the meat and bones of day one. And so we are very thrilled to welcome our first keynote speaker to the stage, the chairperson of Public Interest South Africa. Tebogo Kaas is a Johannesburg-based entrepreneur. He's a writer, a social justice activist, and he is widely recognized as an outspoken advocate for ethical governance, transparency, and of course, accountability. And as chairperson of Public Interest SA, he has been at the forefront of initiatives that challenge corruption, advance whistleblower protection, and strengthen those most valuable democratic institutions that we hold so dear. So please, if you will, a welcome to the stage, Mr. Tebogo Kaas.
Thank you, Program Director, Mr. Dries Pretorius. Mr. Island Committee.
Right, so that's the end of that speech. So now we move on to another. That went well, didn't it?
It did.
I'm just here. I love you. Speak to you later.
No, thank you. You sent me to Ladysmith, so I had to make sure that I get one back to you. Professor Tlhoko-Mpedi, Vice Chancellor of the University of Johannesburg, members of the Council, and members of royalty who are present here today, members of the Executive of the University of Johannesburg, members of the Council, our gracious sponsors, Eversheds, ENS, and others, once again Mr. Dries Pretorius, the General Counsel at University of Johannesburg, distinguished guests, colleagues, students who might be here in banking class, and fellow citizens. The gracious and timely invitation from Mr. Pretorius left me no room for hesitation. I'm deeply and truly honored and grateful to address you today. Let me express my gratitude to the University of Joburg, Office of the General Counsel itself, and all the organizers for convening this gathering at such a crucial juncture in our democracy. We meet here today not only to talk about corruption, but to confront it, to ask the hard questions about integrity, power, and the future of our democracy. The theme I've been invited to talk to or to reflect upon is from silence to defiance, reclaiming integrity in a captured state. This is both urgent and deeply personal. It speaks to the wounds of our past, the struggles of our present, and the possibilities of our future. For too long, silence was our companion. Silence when institutions were being hollowed out. Silence when public money meant for clinics, schools, police stations, and creating jobs was siphoned into pockets of a few. Silence when those who dared to speak were persecuted, marginalized, or even forced into exile. But silence, as we know it, is complicity. Defiance comes when ordinary South Africans, whistleblowers, journalists, activists, and courageous public servants refuse to accept this betrayal of our democracy. They break the silence. They risk careers, families, livelihoods, and in some cases, their very own lives. Defiance is not comfortable, but defiance is necessary. For it is through defiance that integrity is reclaimed, and through integrity that nations are rebuilt, such as ours. Let me begin with those who embody the spirit of defiance, whistleblowers. Their stories are often tragic, but inspiring nonetheless. They speak not from positions of privilege, but from the conviction that truth matters. We have seen their courage in exposing corruption within state-owned enterprises, municipalities, and private corporations complicit in state capture itself. Yet too often, their reward has been intimidation, dismissal, financial ruin, or even worse. And if South Africa is serious about combating corruption, which I believe we must be, we must do more to applaud their bravery after the fact. We must create an environment where telling the truth is safe, encouraged, and protected. This means three things. First, reforming whistleblower laws to meet global standards. Secondly, creating independent bodies to investigate disclosures. Lastly, but not least important, providing real support, both financial and psychosocial, to whistleblowers. Protecting whistleblowers is protecting our democracy. It's time to harmonize our laws with international standards and ensure that truth tellers are safe, supported, and heard. And perhaps more importantly, recognizing whistleblowers not as traitors, but as patriots, as assets of our democracy. Colleagues, we cannot speak about reclaiming integrity without confronting the scars of state capture. The Zondo Commission revealed in painstaking detail how networks of politicians, officials, and business actors conspired to repurpose the state for private gain. It was not just corruption. It was a systemic attack on our institutions, our economy, and our collective future. Billions were lost, not just in rents, but in opportunities. Lost jobs, lost services, lost hope. But the lesson of state capture is not only about what happened, it's about what could happen again if we are not vigilant. State capture is not an event frozen in time, by the way. It is a continuing risk wherever power is concentrated, transparency is weakened, and accountability is absent. Sadly, some of those implicated in egregious wrongdoing before the Zondo Commission now occupy influential positions within once hallowed corridors of Parliament and the executive. They are all ministers, MPs, who lord over our legislature. In South Africa, corruption is not just theft of money. It is theft of life, of hope, and of trust. And since the dawn of our democracy, we've witnessed the tragic cost borne by those brave enough to speak out and speak truth to power. Program Director, if corruption is the cancer of governance, then whistleblowers are the frontline surgeons. But in South Africa, our surgeons are being assassinated. Consider Babita Dikaran, a mother, a sister, and senior financial officer of the Gauteng Department of Health, gunned down outside her home after exposing massive procurement fraud at the institution. All of us gathered here today will recall that familiar 2010 rallying cry. Feel it, it is here. It brought merriment, joy, amongst not only South Africa, but throughout the world. But think of Jimmy Mohlala, a father and council speaker in Mpumalanga. Silence for questioning corruption linked to the Mbombela World Cup, Mbombela Stadium for the 2010 World Cup, where throngs and throngs showed, feel it, it is here. Indeed, corruption has always been there also, and it is still here with us today. Or think about Mpoma Fole, the financial audit chief, assassinated just as he reportedly was about to expose a 2 billion electricity billing corruption at the city of Ekurhuleni municipality. Or Sindiso Makaka, a rising political leader in KwaZulu-Natal, who was assassinated after revealing tender corruption in that municipality, Umzumkhulu or something like that. And in Limpopo itself, municipal whistleblowers who exposed VBS bank fraud, who were killed, and many more across our provinces going through the same pain. The list is endless. These are not mere statistics. These are mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, colleagues. Lives cut short in service of integrity. Their deaths are a stark reminder that the fight against corruption is not academic. It is lived, often at enormous personal cost. Each whistleblower killed is not just a loss. It must be a rallying cry for you and I. Their blood must water and waters the roots of our democracy. And their silence must awaken our voices. And yet, their courage must not be in vain. We honor them not with silence, but with action. Their sacrifices call on all of us, civil society, organized labor, government, academia, and business, to strengthen protections, demand accountability, and ensure that South Africa's whistleblowers are celebrated, supported, and safeguarded. Let their courage inspire us. Let their legacy fuel our determination. And let us commit here and now, today, that the next Babita, the next Jimmy, the next Sindiso, the next Mpo, the next Pamela Mabini will not be silenced by fear, nor by the barrel of the gun. We owe them nothing less than a nation that protects truth and integrity with every fiber of its being. And here leadership becomes critical. Because corruption thrives not only where leaders are corrupt, but also where leaders and members of society, you and I, are indifferent, weak, or silent. We must therefore move beyond rhetoric to accountability. Boards must be held liable for negligence or turning a blind eye on whistleblower retaliation. We've heard the story about the JIPA, Government Pensions Administrator Agency. And what is the board doing in the face of patently abhorrent conduct of those who unleash the mighty resources of the state to persecute those who are shining the light on corruption? Procurement processes must be transparent and subject to public scrutiny, no doubt about that. And enforcement agencies themselves must be strengthened and act without fear or favor, regardless of political or economic power. So what we hear and read about currently, about the fights between the minister or the discord between the minister, the police commissioner, and within the structures themselves, is not something that bodes well for our democracy. Ethical leadership cannot be optional. It's not an option. It must be the very foundation of governance in both the public and private sectors. Fellow South Africans, government's slow pace to fix a whistleblowing legislative regime leaves whistleblowers exposed. I need not say that. It is quite apparent. And the public interest also remains unprotected in so doing. And perhaps it is fitting for me to draw on the words of former Deputy Chief Justice Dikgang Moseneke in his keynote address at our inaugural Whistleblowers Awards 3 years ago, when he posed this piercing question: how is it possible that despite the elaborate and numerous laws that we have enacted to combat corruption and other improprieties, we see no real abatement in the tide of misappropriation, irregular expenditure, and corruption? That was 3 years ago. He can stand here today and deliver the same words. That question needs to be responded to. It is still as valid today as it was then. Program Director, of course, even as we confront hard truths, fairness requires that we acknowledge government's anti-corruption strides. In his final report to the President, the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, NACAC, recommended establishing an Office of Public Integrity and Anti-Corruption, otherwise referred to as OPI. It proposes the OPI as a permanent, independent, overarching authority entrenched as a Chapter 9 institution. This signals a serious society-wide commitment to safeguard our constitutional democracy. However, to demonstrate seriousness, government must also remove the requirement of a presidential proclamation before an SIU investigation can begin. It becomes difficult if the SIU has to investigate the very same person who might actually be lawfully required to issue such a proclamation, as we've seen recently. But let us not be deceived. Institutions themselves cannot save our democracy. It is vigilant, active citizens who make our democracy work. It is civil society that keeps power in check. It is an engaged public that ensures corruption is not normalized. We must never normalize corruption. And citizen empowerment means that we demand accountability, we participate in oversight, and refuse to accept mediocrity in governance. It means protecting media freedom and supporting investigative journalism. It means teaching the next generation that integrity is not negotiable. Vice Chancellor, how about we make ethics and sustainability not an elective, but a core and required subject throughout all the disciplines within the universities? Thank you. I've been off university for quite a while, so if it is, a big hand to the University of Johannesburg. I do know that in certain institutions it is elective, but certainly if it is, really is a good stride. And a big round of applause for the University of Johannesburg. Democracy cannot survive on silence. It needs our collective defiance against wrongdoing. Friends, South Africa stands at a crossroad. We can choose the path of cynicism, resignation, and silence, or we can choose the path of defiance, courage, and integrity. The choice will define whether our democracy deepens or decays. For us gathered here today, let that choice be clear. Let us make our democracy work. Let us therefore reclaim integrity in our institutions, in our leadership, and in ourselves. Let us build a South Africa where those who speak truth to power and shine a light on malfeasance are celebrated, not punished. And let us remember always that corruption is not inevitable, it is defeatable. Program Director, distinguished guests, fellow South Africans, as I conclude, let us renew our collective commitment to the tireless adage, sunlight is the best disinfectant. May we continue to shine that light fearlessly and relentlessly into every corner where secrecy, corruption, and injustice may seek refuge. And in the words of Kiorapetse William Khositsile, whose name graces this theater, when the lights go off, we must be the one to keep the flame burning. Thank you all for your kind attention, and may the next 3 days prove both fruitful and enriching to all. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, sir. We're going to take a picture with you, if that's okay. I think another round of applause. Our thanks to you, sir. We're going to have a picture taken. What we're going to ask you, stand on the carpet. If you can go center, we'll get some nice light on you. There we go. Don't know if General, are you happy with just to speak? There we go. Yes, big smile, sir. Happy days. Oh. Oh. Thank you very much, sir. Oh, you want to take your laptop? There we go. Right, folks, believe it or not, we've come to our first refreshment break, and we are inviting you to go upstairs into the foyer. You'll find some refreshments there, and feel free to go out into the fresh air of the piazza. We will meet back here in about 25 minutes' time. I'm sure there'll be an indication for you to come back into the room. Go and enjoy that, and then we go full steam ahead just after.
Corruption is not just a crime, it's a crisis. But what if we could take intentional steps towards combating this scourge? From 3 to 5 September 2025, University of Johannesburg is hosting the Combating Corruption Summit, where bold ideas meet action and integrity will take center stage. From whistleblowers to watchdogs, from blockchain pioneers to policy reformers, UJ will bring together the brightest minds and the bravest voices. Why? Because it is time to face corruption head-on, to expose how corruption manifests, share tools that stops corruption, and to compile and sign a pledge to show a united stance against fraud and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts, leaders, and change makers who are ready to drive accountability in every sector, including finance. If you believe in responsible stewardship, ethical leadership, and clean administration, this is where you need to be. Let us turn oversight into impact. Let us build systems that protect value and people. Be in the room. Be part of the change. Be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Welcome back. Lovely tea break. Nice to meet some of you out there in the piazza. Are you ready for session 2? In a moment, we'll be beginning with a panel discussion. I was discussing with some of the delegates during the break how this country, magnificent though it is, with its challenges, it means that we as South Africans across the board have developed certain skills that other people around the world don't have. We have a sixth sense of sometimes when things are going to go wrong. You know what I'm talking about. There's that Afrikaans word, jy's wys vir wat gaan gebeur. You just know something's a foot here, or a hand, or an arm. You don't know. It's and I'll tell you where I see it, is when you go overseas, they don't do this. When they leave their homes, they will just leave their homes comfortably and happily. Whereas South Africans, across the board, when we leave the home, we just have a little moment where we go, is everything as safe as it can be? I'm not wrong, am I? And we do things, even now, that other countries don't do. When you leave your house, you switch all the inside lights on, every single one. Desk lamps, standing lamps, all the lights you switch on, and then the outside lights, the stoop light, you switch off, so that if anyone is watching your house, they think you are still at home. I know that doesn't make sense, but we think as South Africans it does. We've done it for many years. Then we go out, and then when we come home 4 hours later, we sneak into the house and we switch all the inside lights off and then the outside lights on, so that if anyone's still watching, they don't know if we haven't come back, or if we are leaving, will we go earlier or come back after we hadn't thought about not returning. And then we're as confused as they are. But now we're standing in the dark, so you can see very little. So then you switch one light on just to get your bearings, and then you switch it off. But to balance that, you run outside and switch an outside light off and then on. And then off, on, off, which is Morse code for don't steal peanut butter at the great University of Johannesburg. And then you realize that there's load shedding, so the lights have gone off anyway. So that's a problem. And then when the lights come back, so this is what I do, and it's a piece of advice that I share with you almost free of charge. It's an absolute pleasure. When I leave my home, I don't switch the lights on and off. I leave everything off, but I've got a little dog. I've got a basset hound, and I wrap him up in fairy lights. And then I let him roam around the house. And then it looks like there's lights on downstairs. There are no lights. Kitchen lights, off lights. Upstairs lights, outside lights, inside lights. And the criminal goes, what the and he goes back to Erenvale. So that's, or Edenvale, or Boksburg. I don't know where the criminal came from. So that's the nature of it. And finally, I want to, before we get going, just to say, I love this country, but parking has become a problem. Even now at this beautiful campus, always there's parking issues. And I'm living at the moment in Cape Town. But even Joburg Airport, I was reading flying into Joburg Airport. Do you know they've added 380 parking bays in the last 3 months? They're doing some renovation. So that's amazing. For any of the high impact areas, there's always parking. But when we landed the plane last night, we couldn't find parking for the plane. They hadn't thought about that side of the terminal. And so we were on the runway for almost an hour. We went up and down. At one point, we went down Corlett Drive, and even near Uloven, nowhere to park. And so then we came back, and then we saw a pilot with keys in his hand walking to his plane. So we turned our plane around, and we followed him. To his plane, but he said, I'm not leaving. I know, he was taking baggage, so that really irritated me, actually. I found it very frustrating. What you're not going to find frustrating is our next panel. We are thrilled to introduce them. It's a panel discussion topic which is about closing the loophole, the urgency to enhance legal frameworks to combat corruption. And so I'm going to ask the panelists to please come onto stage. They will be introduced in a moment or two by this gentleman, Sandro Milo, or Milo, or Milo, or Milo. The last one, Milo. You've got to go Milo, and that's how it is. It's, I think it's a Swahili name, Milo. It means hotter than you think, but more sugar than you expected. And so you, sir, will introduce this marvelous panel. Enjoy yourselves. I will see you sooner than you think, but later than you expect.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to be here at the University of Johannesburg's Combating Corruption Summit and to be moderating a panel discussion on the very important topic of closing the loopholes in our anti-corruption framework. And I'm very pleased to be moderating a discussion brought to us by a panel of very esteemed experts in the field. I'm going to introduce them to you. First, I have on my left Stephen Powell. Stephen is the head of forensics at law firm ENS. He's regarded as a leading white-collar crime expert in South Africa and has been recognized internationally by the International Association of Financial Crime. Of the International Association of Financial Crime Investigators for his anti-corruption work, as well as his evidence at the Zondo Commission. Then I have Hlingiwe Mthethwa. Hlingiwe drives innovation at the intersection of law and technology with a passion for shaping policy frameworks that enable responsible AI deployment and optimize legal service delivery. She's actively engaged in AI governance, and she champions transparency, accountability, and fairness in an AI-driven decision-making. So welcome.
Thank you.
We have Cameron Dunstan-Smith. Cameron is the head of the Corporate Crime and Investigations Practice in the South African Office of Global Law Firm Herbert Smith Freehills Kramer. Cameron has spent the last 19 years specializing as an investigations lawyer. He's regarded as a leading investigations lawyer in South Africa and has worked for global firms in the US, UK, and the Netherlands. Welcome. Then we have Dr. Radulovic. I'm not going to repeat that name, and we're going to nickname him Ugi. Ugi is a senior postdoc research fellow at UJ's Department of Sociology. His research focuses on the intricacies of group dynamics, ethics, and the critical role of whistleblowing, which is reflected by his publication portfolio. Ugi has recently received the International Sociological Association RC46 Outstanding Early Career Awards. Welcome, Ugi. I'd like to start by commending the University of Johannesburg for convening this important gathering, and in particular the Office of the OGC for the vision and the effort that it has taken to pull this together. Universities do not usually play such a proactive role in shaping national conversations on public accountability and the fight against corruption. So I think the UJ deserves real credit for having created this platform last year and building on its success and bringing it to us again this year. So I think thank you, UJ, and well done. As a legal practitioner, I encounter the many laws that we have in place to deal with the fight against corruption. We're certainly not without laws. The question, of course, that is pivotal is where are the gaps in these laws and where are the spaces where corruption is allowed to continue to thrive? And as Mr. Kaas mentioned in his keynote address earlier today, there is a very, very real worry and perception that we are not winning the fight on corruption. At last year's summit, I spoke about the Corruption Perception Index, which is brought out on an annual basis by Transparency International. And what I did last year is I lamented about South Africa's poor scoring on this list. And unfortunately, we remain at a low score. So for those of you who don't know, Transparency International ranks the perception of corruption in a country, and they measure many countries, around 180 annually. South Africa last year was sitting, and the rankings are 0 to 100, 0 being very, very high incidence of perception of corruption, and 100 being a clean bill of health. And unfortunately, South Africa remains at 41, which is substantially lower than the global average. So I think there is a very real perception that we are stagnating and that the world perception of us in our fight against corruption leaves a lot to be desired. That is why this panel discussion and I think the summit as a whole is so important, because we need to be considering, are there gaps, and if so, how do we close them? So I'm going to ask, I think, Stephen first. I'll start with you for your perspectives. Do you believe that we have a comprehensive body of law? And if so, where are the main gaps?
Thanks, Sandro. As one of the people who often heads up these forensic investigations into corruption, kickbacks, it is very difficult to prove corruption. I do believe, however, that our laws are robust and we've got good and strong laws. And some of our laws are too complicated as well. Sure. Thank you. Go ahead.
Always a technical issue.
Perfect. Thank you. Great. So the main issue for me is our Corruption Act is wieldy. It's one of the longest corruption acts globally. And we've tried to create all these categories of corrupt activities. But the problem is, whenever you charge someone with corruption, if you can prove the main offense of corruption, if you also charge someone with corruption related to contracts, corruption related to an employee, corruption related to agents, if you add those charges, you'll be splitting the charges. So you always have to use those as alternatives. And in I think this is my 35th year of practicing in this area as a former prosecutor and now investigator, we never end up using these categories. So I think we can, if there's something that I would recommend we look at, that is simplifying the corruption law, make it a lot shorter, get rid of all these alternatives, and make it easier to police and to enforce. But my bigger bugbear is not so much the laws, it's more the lack of enforcement and the lack of capacity when it comes to DPCI, commercial police. There are a lot of brilliant investigators out there, and we work with some of the best of breed in many of our cases, but they are few and far between. And the bulk of our investigation teams and prosecutors just lack the expertise to understand complex white-collar crime. So I think more focus needs to be put on enforcement and enhancing capacity and capability. And clearly we'll talk a bit more about technology, but we've got to build the capacity of our law enforcement bodies. That's the one area. There are two small items that I'll mention just briefly. The one is we have, as a result of the grey listing and the recommendations of the Zondo Commission, we've really given our legislative infrastructure a turbo boost to make sure that we bolstered anti-money laundering controls and the anti-money laundering regime. And we've done the same on corruption with the creation of Section 34A, which Dunstan will enlighten us on. So I think that there's a lot happening on the corruption front. One of my bugbears, and I'll just briefly mention this, is that we have a dichotomy. We've got this clash between power and privilege, because what is happening currently is Section 46 of PIA allows anyone to make an application for a privileged and confidential forensic report if there has been a transgression of the law. And if there's been a transgression of the law, the company investigating will have appointed us to do a cleanup to identify the rot. The prosecution, the NPA, interested parties can't just subpoena that forensic report, but Section 46 talks about the public interest. If there's been a contravention of the law and the public interest demands that this be exposed, the press assert the right to grab this. I'm not anti the press, make no mistake, because I think the press highlight a huge amount of corruption. But if a company has already committed to clean up, they've reported the cases, and they're assisting with the prosecution, the press shouldn't have more rights than lawyers or the NPA or the police. And I think we really need to look at Section 46 and just find the right balance. And I know that'll be controversial, and I'll probably attract some flack from some of the journalists, but we've got to find a balance on that, because what we don't want is for companies to be de-incentivized from exposing the rot. Remember also, we've just introduced ADRs, Alternative Dispute Resolution. There's a policy with the NPA, and the NPA is trying to encourage companies to clean up corruption, report, self-report, and expose the corruption. But if exposing the corruption is going to mean that the journalists can just demand a report, and next thing, the company trying to do the right thing is front page news, it's going to have a counter effect. Thanks, Sandra.
Thanks, Stephen. You've highlighted some of the tensions in the law on disclosure, which is something that I'd like to come back to because I think that's important. But for now, from what I gather, your assessment is that the body of law is pretty solid. You mentioned one of your bugbears is enforcement. Could you perhaps mention a few concrete steps that could or should be taken to address this bugbear?
Our relationship with the US is not great at the moment. And maybe the universities in the US may follow UJ's example in exposing corruption with some of the drama we've seen with their president. But let me not say too much because I believe I listened to John Mathan on 702 the other day, and John Mathan was saying that his daughter is in the US, and he was very critical of Donald Trump. And one of the listeners called in and said, John, aren't you afraid that you're going to struggle to see your daughter? And he said, I just want to convey that for the next 4 years, I will not be going to the United States. And then he said that he's got friends at the embassy, and they've told him, they said, John, your comments about Donald Trump have not gone unnoticed. Which is scary.
The law is evolved. We've got a comprehensive piece of legislation, several pieces of legislation. It is nonetheless evolving to close those gaps. And you mentioned Section 34A of PRECA. Cameron, could you perhaps tell us a little bit about that and its significance in the fight against corruption?
So I think, can you hear me, by the way? We've recently, in the last 18 months or so, added a few more strings to our bow in terms of our existing body of legislation. Stephen's mentioned the corporate ADR policy, and then we've also added a failure to prevent offence. So these failure to prevent offences are becoming increasingly popular globally. The UK, literally last week, has gone live with its failure to prevent fraud. We have had our failure to report offence. So it's an offence if you do not report the offences of corruption, fraud, theft, forgery, or uttering a forged document or extortion. And it's a personal reporting obligation. So we've had that in our corruption legislation, Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, which is shortened to PRECA, since 2004. And last year we came out with the failure to report offence was under Section 34. We then brought out Section 34A, which is another failure to act offence, and that's the failure to prevent corruption. It is almost an exact replica of what the UK have under their Bribery Act, which is a younger act than ours. It came out in 2010. It's called the Bribery Act, and they have a Section 7 offence under, which is the failure to prevent bribery. We've basically replicated that. And essentially what it does is it shifts the onus to corporates. So it's a corporate offence as well. If you fail to prevent bribery taking place on your behalf by an associated person. So effectively, there's quite a big body of law coming out of the US in particular, and although they don't have a specific offence under their Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, their jurisprudence is built up over 20, 30 years to prevent or to counter this type of offence. But it's effectively putting the onus on companies from saying, well, it's not my fault that my agent in this country where I'm working paid a bribe and I happen to win the contract on their behalf. You can't blame me. Because that person is associated with you, I say person, it includes a legal person. Because that person is associated with you, you can't say, well, it was their problem, not mine. If you fail to prevent corruption taking place on your behalf in order to obtain or retain business, it's now although it was, I think, still possible to prosecute someone under our legislation, even without this bespoke sort of provision in the Act. It's now a specific offence for failing to prevent corruption. And on the issue of closing loopholes, again, modelled on what the UK Bribery Act says, it is an offence unless you can say you had adequate procedures in place to prevent that happening. So the legislation doesn't go so far as to say no matter what someone else does on your behalf, if you're associated with them, you're guilty of corruption as well. They say if you can show that you had adequate procedures in place to prevent corruption happening, so that basically goes to your compliance program, you can have an affirmative defense to that offense, right? So you say, here's all the things I made them do, here's the due diligence I did on them, here's the training we give to our employees, the certifications we make our agents and third-party vendors sign, our JV partners, etc. I've done all this, here's the body of work that I've put in place. I did all I could, and they still went ahead and did this without my knowledge or complicity. So if you have those adequate procedures in place, you have a defense to the offense. The challenge with us is that unlike in the UK, where the Ministry of Justice has come out with a pretty comprehensive list and guidance on what constitutes adequate procedures, we've just released an act and not given any guidance at all. They say regulations will come at some point in the future as to what you need to do. So on the one hand, this, it doesn't help companies understand what they need to do, although, our advice as lawyers, Stephen and I have spoken about this before, is that you should generally copy what's been done in the UK, because if they've based it on the UK's offence, the adequate procedures will likely be, a similar process. But on the other hand, when this came out in the UK and these adequate procedures the guidance was issued, companies knew what they had to do, and so they put those procedures in place, even though they didn't have any concern about not committing this offence. And I don't think our corporates are at the position yet where they feel compelled and they feel that this stick or the sword of Damocles is hanging above their heads because they don't have procedures in place. So it hasn't had the impact of, yes, we know it's there and it's offence if this happens, but we haven't given guidance as to what they should do. And so companies haven't necessarily changed their behavior and up the ante in terms of, all right, guys, these are the 6 or 7 things we need to do. Let's make sure we tick all these boxes and we have all these procedures in place. They're just sort of, in my view, taking a wait and see, and understandably, position to see how this all unfolds. So I think it goes back to what Stephen was saying earlier. We've got this great law, but we haven't even prosecuted people under the original 34 Act, let alone offence, let alone the new one. So it's I guess an example of it's a relatively simple loop to close, right? We just haven't done it.
I would agree with you. Stephen, I know you deal with this as well in your practice.
Yeah.
Could you tell us how Section 34A is playing out in practice or not?
I actually have positive news, because a lot of corporates have taken it very seriously, and we've warned them to take it seriously, because as a result of the grey listing, the NPA is under immense flack. They've been accused of dragging their heels when it comes to converting Zondo evidence into successful prosecutions, and the state of prosecuting corruption in the country is poor. A lot of these cases never get to trial, and I think the important thing is that the NPA is looking for easy scapegoats and examples. So our message to corporate South Africa is, don't allow yourself to become an easy target. You need to put these adequate procedures in place. But I fully agree with Cameron. Where we create great laws, we don't enforce and set the example, and we don't provide the guidance. And the guidance is critical. When we look at what the UK does, every time they pass a new law, and Cameron mentioned they've just expanded the failure to prevent fraud, they issue a guidance telling corporates this is what it means, this is what you need to do to comply. So I hope someone from the DOJ in South Africa is taking note, because these are easy things to fix, and that's the low-hanging fruit. Earlier, when I spoke about the United States and I got sidetracked by Donald Trump, what I also wanted to convey is a few years ago, when we had the Scorpions, we used to send our investigators to the US and they would be trained, and they would learn technology, investigative techniques. We stopped doing that during state capture, and we need to try and build that relationship. There's a lot of mutual legal cooperation. South Africa has signed a multitude of treaties with other jurisdictions. The US used to train the French prosecutors, the British, they used to collaborate with those bodies. We need to open the avenues to cross-border collaboration again. Thanks, Sandra.
Thank you. Look, I would agree that Section 34A is a wonderful mechanism. It's an incentive for organizations to kind of implement measures to prevent fraud and corruption taking place, if not only for altruistic purposes, but for other purposes, but it has a good intent. And perhaps, as you say, one of the low-hanging fruits is for some practical guidance to be issued so that this can get off the ground.
Yeah, I think it's similar to Stephen's point. If nothing is done about it and an example isn't made, then what's the point of having the legislation in place? And I fear with the corporate ADR policy as well, which basically is similar to a deferred prosecution agreement in the UK or the US, is that the big ones that have happened in recent times have all been in conjunction with the US and foreign enforcement authorities as well. If you're a corporate, and as Stephen said as well, we don't have a good track record of convicting and prosecuting corporates for corporate bribery in this country, would you want to settle and pay a huge fine where none of your peers have been prosecuted by the South African authorities? So how are we going to test whether that corporate ADR policy works and you're incentivized to admit guilt to a certain extent, pay a huge fine, potentially have a monitor, whatever the case may be, if no one is being prosecuted? So until we get 5, 10 big corporate prosecutions completed, then you might start thinking, well, maybe I need to settle to avoid a 5-year trial and all this expense and a conviction, a much bigger fine than I would have got had I settled up front and taken my medicine. So it's those sorts of things. It's a bit of a chicken and egg situation. We need to sort of start acting before we're going to see results in how the legislation works.
Thanks. Cameron, Stephen brought up a tension that exists between obligations in terms of Section 34A and possible having reports being called to be disclosed upon. What is your perspectives on that, and what recommendations could we make towards any kind of legislative reform to address this tension?
Well, I think we need to see what's happening elsewhere in the globe, because this is a bit further advanced in the UK. There's the Three Rivers case and the ENRC case as well when it comes to the privilege of investigations, because the sanctity of an investigation can be compromised if privilege is attacked or if reports are compelled, and as Stephen said as well, it may disincentivize companies to want you to ever give them a written report, right? And where the law is trying to push us to go the other way by reporting obligations, etc., and having procedures and investigating things. If we lean too far into requests for information and making you disclose your report, a board is going to be nervous about instructing a forensic company to do a report. I think some of the sort of the consequences of where we are now are as a result of companies being exposed in the press and saying, oh, no, we've got X, Y, and Z to do an investigation for us. We've got a forensic report. We're all in the clear. That has caused a bit of tension, I think, because I'm concerned that forensic reports were seen as a bit of a panacea, and no one knew what actually happened. And at times there were probably some kind of hired guns to, you told them to look inside this box so they don't look over there and find the actual issues. And I think hopefully our investigative industry has evolved to a position where we're not as naive, and we know that we can't be dictated to in terms of the scope of the investigation. But again, as Stephen mentioned, Section 46 is something that needs to be looked at, so we can find that balance of making sure that corrupt actors are exposed, but at the same time protecting the mechanism that leads to the uncovering of the information in the first place.
And written reports are essential in that, and investigations.
They are, but you know, it's you know, you have a number. I've had clients say, "Well, could you just give us a presentation to the board?" Because again, sometimes the people in the board are implicated, and the client doesn't want them to be able to get that report and ship it off to someone else. You know, there's a real risk of leaking of information. It affects privilege, etc. So, but if you want to use it as evidence going further, you do need to have a documented and defensible. And for the practitioner as well, you want to be able to set out, these are the procedures I did. I looked at these documents, and so when something happens down the line, you can say, well, I didn't understand that because that wasn't part of my mandate and it's not recorded in my report, etc. There's a multitude of reasons as to why you'd want a written report.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to a topic that I think piques a lot of people's interest, and that's technology. And they say that technology is only as smart as the people that use it. So fortunately, we have Hlingiwe here who knows what she's talking about. Hlingiwe, I think most people are interested in understanding some insight from you on the intersection between the law and technology. And if you could perhaps outline some of the key pieces of legislation and how those pieces of legislations are either underutilized or there is scope for improvement.
Thank you for that question, Sandra. But to echo my fellow panelists' words, we do have robust legislation, and there is legislation that sort of encompasses the tech space and the digital space as well. But top of mind would be the ECTA, right? The Electronic Communications and Transactions Act, that just regulates and facilitates electronic communications and transactions, right? So now this is just particularly for this panel discussion and the summit as well, just around the admissibility of electronic evidence and what electronic evidence is, just around making sure that there are definitions, right? It also just gives legal certainty in terms of what digital agreements are and the data exchange that is involved, especially when you're now wanting to use that digital evidence just to prove the corruption and the fraud that actually goes on. But also would be the Cybercrimes Act as well. So this would address cyber-enabled fraud, your hacking, your data interference as well, but also then defines things like hacking, phishing, cyber fraud, ransomware, extortion, and just unlawful interception of data as well. So it just provides mechanisms just around investigating, prosecuting, as well as enforcing what cybercrimes actually are. But also not forgetting that in as much as we use technology for good, criminals are also using technologies just to better their agenda as well, right? So this also enforces what digital trust or trust in general with online platforms as well. But also, I think around 2005, there was a scramble when people were required to go and sort of register their SIM cards along with their personal data, right? But that would be an underutilized act, which is the regulation of the Interception of Communications Act, which is the RICA Act, right? So this just governs unlawful, lawful rather, surveillance of communications, right? Just requiring the mandating of a warrant to be issued before you go and intercept people's personal data. So this will be your calls, your emails, and your messages as well. But also the responsibility is given to our telecommunication service provider just to store this communication as well. So that's also just an important piece as well. But I think just around the gaps for me would be around there's a great concern around the misuse and just the lack of transparency around why you're requiring my data as well. So those would be the three key pieces of legislation that I would sort of want to put forward. But around the efficiency of these particular acts is just essentially the capacitation of your prosecutors, capacitation of your investigators as well, around the use and admissibility of this evidence as well, right? So in as much as cases are just beginning to use this law, but the impact of this law and the use of this law is just around to use this digital evidence that is going to then require more training, more skills, and more resources. Like Stephen said, there is that relationship with the US and countries in the European Union as well, just to train them as well. But I think the gaps are in terms of enforcement capacity, outdated systems, and digital evidence, like I mentioned as well. So digital evidence would be anything that gives value to proving corruption, right? Stephen mentioned that it is hard to sort of prove, right? But if we have the digital evidence and so the chain of custody, and Cameron also mentioned the sanctity of that evidence, right? If we're training them to be also cognizant of, once I've gathered this evidence and once I've stored this evidence, it also just needs to be admissible as well. And the reason why I would say that digital evidence is sort of a challenge, right? It enables you to then track suspicious payments through the data and digital financial records as well. Tender manipulation is also a big thing, right? Keeping track of audits. So your electronic systems also then provide timestamps, right? And those are then very integral in proving the corruption that happens as well. But we also need skills around data analysis, which is very integral again, right? But also tracing deleted files, tampered records as well, because when people are sort of seeing that they're being suspicious of or being suspected, they're quick to delete, right? But we need to make mechanisms to actually find and retrieve that data as well. But it definitely is important to actually train these professionals who are wanting to prove these and investigating these efforts as well. So yeah, that would be sort of how we sort of close the loophole.
I'm seeing a common theme: great laws on paper, massive problems with enforcement, and I think one of the things that we need to speak about, and there is a session, breakaway session, on coming up with practical ideas on ensuring that there is enforcement, there is an enhancement on remedies. Klingiwe, looking abroad, perhaps, and internationally, are there any enabling practices in other jurisdictions that aid in the fight against corruption using technology that we could perhaps benefit from?
100%. There are examples internationally, right? And one would be from Ukraine, right? So Ukraine has a national tender platform called ProZero, and this is just transparency by design. That's their motto. Just lodging everything on a platform so everyone can sort of access, whether it be journalists, whether it be investigators, just to access e-procurement tools as well, just around making sure that they're publicly visible, right? And this has actually helped Ukraine prevent backroom deals and allowing instant scrutiny of the contracts that are sort of signed in terms of the government space as well. But I would say adopting such an e-tender system is going to limit now the discretionary deal making. So every citizen now has access to the contracts and the awards that are happening in and around them, right? And then another example would be open data, right? So things like your tender processes, your notices and your specifications, and what happens to them down the line. So once they've awarded them, sure, once the contract is in effect, right, what happens afterwards? There's obviously going to be limitations, obviously going to be extensions, but why are they extensions? And what finances are coming into with those extensions as well? So all of those things are going into the open data and the open contracting principle, right? Just enabling transparency by design again. But also, there's also this once only principle specifically in the UAE as well as the EU, right? Where you only insert or you only give information just once. So imagine your Home Affairs speaks to your license department, speaks to SARS, speaks to SASA, right? And then that just minimizes the interaction that you have with bureaucrats, because a lot of times there's facilitation fees because the service delivery takes so long. Citizens just have the urge to say, look, dude, maybe hurry this thing up a bit. So once elements of that is sort of reduced, then they're able to sort of say, there is no, well, the corruption is going to be therefore limited as well. But just, it makes sure just, as soon as you're accessing this data as well, the accessing is also locked, just also giving accessibility, transparency, and accountability as well. But also there's one, global leaks as well, right? So this is in Spain, Germany, as well as Denmark as well. But this is just an open source whistleblowing platform as well, just where whistleblowers are just given the tools to sort of say, look, this is what I'm seeing, and this is the evidence that I have, and it's just sitting on an open source platform. And then also, it's tech enabled, right? So machine learning tools and data analysis tools are sort of embedded in there, and obviously then going to be linked and be able to be given to your investigating officers and your prosecutors as well, just to enable the sharing of that particular information as well.
Thanks very much. I think what you said about shining a spotlight would resonate very much with what Mr. Cast mentioned about shining the natural sunlight as a disinfectant, which is precisely what we need. But much like, we've got technology and transparency which aids in the fight against corruption, we need people to speak up. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where your area of expertise lies, Ugi. Could you tell us where we stand on the protections afforded to whistleblowers?
So quite conversely to what my fellow speakers have said, South Africa's primary whistleblower protection instrument, which is the Protected Disclosures Act of 2000, it was amended by way of the Protected Disclosures Amendment Act of 2017, is a lackluster instrument. So it does make provision for internal disclosures, so that's to a relevant body within inside the organization, such as human resources or a reporting line, anonymous reporting line, Deloitte at UJ, or externally, and it has provisions for a number of external channels, or rather the external route is a channel in itself, but external recipients. So it could be Public Protector, Auditor General, we have him speaking here, and then publicly, which is to the media. And this is where the first fault line comes in, is that even with the amendment, the public channel of reporting doesn't account for the anonymous or the security of the whistleblower's identity, so having an anonymous identity. So that's the one fault line there already. It's largely based on the UK's PETA, and in being so, even after being amended, it's still highly flawed. There's a report from 2021 by Feinstein and Devine, aptly called Are Whistleblowing Laws Working? And it looks at all of the global whistleblowing instruments. South African legislation fulfills only 5 out of the 20 best practice guidelines set forth by Transparency International, which is appalling. So we rank on the level of Pakistan, Japan, and of course, British legislation. At the very top, you've got US, Australia, and the EU's Whistleblower Directive. Now, to get more specific about what's missing there, is that at its very first point of departure, the Act is intended to provide protection to whistleblowers, which it does to some extent. However, the first point is that it uses a very specific terminology for what wrongdoing is. That specificity in itself limits the range of individuals which will then qualify for protection under its Act. The second point is that it doesn't account for protection to those mistaken as whistleblowers or family of whistleblowers. Currently, the amendment has added worker, but previously it was just employee, so now it accounts for employee and worker. Why do I say specifically those mistaken or family? Because Babita De Current's family essentially is now enacting the role of whistleblower. Worker, we had last year a mistaken case of whistleblower identity, which was Armand Swart, the Transnet whistleblower. It wasn't him that blew the whistle. It was his organization, and he was assassinated for it. The third point is that there is no explicit guarantee of some sort of compensation for the whistleblower. Now, there's a lot of debate about whether it should be rewards or compensation. I understand rewards as the solicitation of disclosure, so offering some sort of percentage. My personal opinion is, and I'm going to get a lot of flack for it, is that it's opening up a whole can of worms. So it might open up more fake disclosures, et cetera, further inundate the system. But it's a possibility. Stephen Cohen wrote an article in 2020 which said that the US False Claims Act has provided more compensation to whistleblowers than what all of the other world's acts have. So, so it has worked there, some sort of reward system. However, compensation would compensate whistleblowers for both material and immaterial losses, so rather tangible and intangible costs. So that's another thing, it's the whole thing about compensation. So it's not giving them a it's not providing any sort of incentive, and incentive is the wrong word here, but to actually make a disclosure. And fourthly, this is a very big point, is that the burden of proof currently resides on the whistleblower to prove that they have been retaliated against. And we'll discuss that, I suppose, why that's a problem. And then I had a discussion now with Cameron as we were standing there, because last night I was reading the Act as I was getting ready for this. And I saw a little clause there that the disclosure must be made in good faith. And I didn't want to bring this up, but now what does good faith mean? And does that not open up a whole door for retaliation. When you begin to question one's motives, that in itself is a form of retaliation. And, you know, of course, motives are very complicated. It's very difficult to understand a whistleblower's motive because they change over time, because it's a very protracted experience. But I think that the good faith clause for me is a problematic one because, you know, it might have been a disclosure in good faith and you say it wasn't. So I think we can, you know, that might be a point of contestation.
Yeah, it probably could be, but I hear exactly where you're coming from. It does expose a whistleblower to have their motives challenged. Uyi, you've highlighted some of the limitations with the Act. You've suggested certain reforms which extend beyond merely perhaps amendments to the Act, but broader reforms. Cameron, do you want to weigh in on the notion on good faith?
I think, again, a lot of our legislation can be a bit clunky, and I think the good faith clause is probably contemplated to prevent people blowing the whistle for malicious purposes, right? So saying, well, that person didn't give me a raise.
Which we see quite often.
We see a lot of, right? So I think it's that which you're not going to get protected. Or, for example, you often see just before someone is about to be, they've got a disciplinary coming up, and they know they're in the hot seat, and they make a whistleblowing allegation against a senior, and then they say, now because I've blown the whistle, I must be protected. You can't give, I should not be subject to occupational detriment, which includes being disciplined or fired. And they say, you're only disciplining me now because I blew the whistle. So they use that in bad faith, right? So I think it's trying to catch that element of it. But I take Ugi's point, it does sort of open the whistleblower's original motives up to question, are they doing this for a specific purpose? So it's a tricky one and potentially needs to be maybe phrased in reverse. It should not be made mala fide as opposed to should be made good faith, right?
The reversal of the onus is a good suggestion because an employer would in any event have the obligation to prove the fairness. Yeah. And that might go some way towards addressing this good faith argument. Do you want to weigh in on this, Steve?
Yeah, we deal with whistleblowers all of the time, and whistleblowers are invaluable. They unearth massive fraud and corruption that companies would be completely oblivious to. But we do come across malicious whistleblowers, and we had a listed company where a senior exec fell in love with her CEO on the day that he announced an engagement to someone else. She blew the whistle to the auditors. We've had so many accounting failures in South Africa so that auditors are particularly nervous about fraud and financial misstatement fraud, and it's created havoc, and the share price tumbled. And I remember I had to testify against this lady ultimately because she was complicit in some wrongdoing herself, which we did identify during the investigation, and the lady had deleted all her WhatsApp information 7:30 the night before we interviewed her. And when we asked about it, how we found out about it is that she phoned another witness to say to that witness, don't take your phone to the interview with ENS, they're going to scan your phone and delete all our WhatsApps. Fortunately, that person was honest and she blew the whistle to us and told us what had transpired. And then I had to testify in a disciplinary hearing against the senior exec to walk through the steps. When you want to delete an entire conversation on WhatsApp, there's protracted steps and then a big red message at the end. By clicking delete, you will remove all record of this discussion. Are you sure you want to proceed? And the judge, we actually had a retired judge because of the seniority of the official. The judge found that this wasn't a mistake. And one of the things I do want to highlight is that even when we find whistleblowers who are malicious, we sometimes recommend to our client not to investigate or proceed with action against the whistleblower, because for a listed company, this cost them millions of rands on their share price, and their reputation took a lot of unnecessary flack. But do they proceed with a claim against the whistleblower? My advice always is absolutely not. You don't want to discourage the good faith whistleblowers in the organization, and you don't want to be seen to be pursuing a whistleblower So it is this point that you raised, Ugi, is very controversial, and I've seen too many bad whistleblowers where there are malicious motives.
Thanks. I think you've stimulated great discussion. Perhaps let's close this off with some final reflections. If each of you could close off or address one loop or gap in legislation, enforcement, or any other area, or in practice, say, what would it be? And I'm going to give each of you perhaps 30 seconds or so to wrap this up. Let's start with you, Stephen.
Okay, I'll be quick. I want us to redo the Corruption Act, make it shorter, simpler. I want us to empower the prosecutors with more presumptions in favor of the state. And I want judges to become more ruthless with lawyers seeking postponements all the time. The Stalingrad defense.
Good suggestions. Klingiwe.
And for me, I think in this growing digital economy, I think one would be, myself would be just to sort of enhance or enable the collection, the preservation, and the presenting of digital evidence as well. Because I think that's where we're heading. We're heading in the digital economy, and that's where the evidence is going to sort of emanate from, then enabling the enforcement.
Thank you. Cameron?
Yeah, echoing earlier sentiments, I think getting a shortcut to things, whether, finding a way to get the stuff into the court so it can be prosecuted, whether it's by putting some kind of onerous time limit on the prosecutors or the police to make a call and get it done. Something needs to happen to get these, because they have been investigated. Steve and I were talking offline a few weeks ago on the call. Multiple cases where it's signed, sealed, and delivered, the docket is ready, and 2 years later, they're not even a trial date, court date for the first appearance has been set. So trying to find a way to expedite the prosecution of these white-collar crimes.
Which also may come about by dedicated courts aimed at and case management on these corruption cases.
Absolutely, case management, or they're trying in the civil courts here to enforce mediation, to short-circuit some of the civil trials. Something needs to happen to ease the burden and get stuff through.
Thanks, Cameron. Ugi, final reflection on a single gap that you'd like to have closed quickly.
Well, from a whistleblowing research perspective, is to primarily focus on the message and not on the messenger, which will eliminate this questioning of motives. But above and beyond that, I want to support Tebogo Kos's, our keynote speaker's notion that there needs to be an independent oversight agency. He spoke about Chapter 9, and I think Chapter 9 is a good solution. It's there to enforce our democracy. It's independent from political interference, which is crucial when the superstructure itself is accomplished to criminal and fraudulent capital. And I think that will be very important to have another Chapter 9.
Thank you, Ugi. I think the panel has provided a rich set of insights which we can take forward. You've heard from us, and I understand that there may be some time available for questions and answers to be directed at the panel.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know if anyone has made use of the QR code and if there are questions that have come through that facility, but if not, we're also happy to welcome any questions from the floor directly to the panelists. I see there's a couple there. Some steps down here. Let me get a microphone to you and get this going.
Cheers. Thanks very much, panelists. My name is Andrew from ENS Africa. The question primarily focuses on the judiciary, and I liked how you touched on it towards the end, but in my experience, the judiciary is probably the last hurdle in actually enacting an active anti-corruption methodology and system. And I know one of my anecdotes is that I was at Palm Ridge, a specialized commercial crimes court, and a matter was before a judge, and she was seething because it had been postponed 77 times before her, and there had been a total of 12 medical certificates submitted between the defense, their counsel, and their legal team. And I know, Cameron, you no stranger to record-length criminal trials, but what, in your opinion, can be done to try and improve the judiciary, and do you think our judiciary is suited for combating corruption. And from that perspective, I think of, do we have the means, expertise, and the judicial officers who fully understand very complex bribery and corruption cases?
Cameron.
I think Stephen mentioned earlier that Scorpions used to get a lot of good people in themselves, and they've now got into the private sector and through sort of secondments or whatever. And I worked in a firm in the US, and some of like the best and brightest associates earning hundreds of thousands of dollars would voluntarily go and work, for the government in the prosecutorial roles, specifically because of the experience they would get from those people. And we don't have that. So I fully agree. I don't think our prosecutors, our judges are equipped to deal with complex white-collar crime cases. And we need to do something. They call it the revolving door. Start as a nice white-collar shoe firm, go into government for 5 years, and you come back as this rock star white-collar lawyer and into a nice fat salary as a partner in a New York law firm. Here, if you are the best and brightest #1 student at UCT and you're offered a job at ENS or somewhere, would you do that to go work in the Palm Ridge Magistrates Court? Probably not, right? And we need to find a way to get good people back into our, with a Chapter 9 or whatever is a special court. We need to find a way of getting people back into the system, because without a system that works, whatever happens in the investigative side or whatever it is not going to get followed through, and that, as you said, that last hurdle just will never be jumped because we can't get there. And would you take someone with 35 years experience defending you as the corporate, or the guy who came 150th in his law class with 3 years experience in the Madge Court? It's a David and Goliath task for the prosecutors.
That's about ploughing money into making sure people are properly remunerated, attracting the right people. I would add my perspective on your question. Jurisdictions such as the Philippines, Ukraine, and some others have dedicated commercial crime courts, where you've got judges who are experienced in dealing only with this issue. There's a system of case management, much like we see in some of our commercial courts, where you have judges dedicated to overseeing a particular process, and they would manage the matter. It would bring to an end a lot of these ridiculous postponements after postponements. They could place them on terms. Interlocutory issues could be addressed under a case management. So that would be my suggestion on one measure to address that problem. But thank you for the question.
I will come to you now. Just the phrase interlocutory issues that you seamlessly threw in there is very impressive. I'll tell you that for nothing. That scores you bonus points in the Scrabble round.
Protocol excellence observed. My name is Magalas Potisa. Doing my last year here at the great University of Johannesburg. I have many questions, but I will try to simplify. I heard you speaking about the over-bureaucracy, and yes, is the issue. For example, now we have 3 health court, the Madlanga Commission, and the Mkwana's allegations. If you said that we have to cut the constitution in a way that it's trying to accommodate us, where do we draw a line and say that this is the end where we cut the constitution? Because you need to understand that this corruption landed to the South Africans are already in a comfortability of living into corruption. So I would like if you try to explain that, yes, we'll cut it. For example, the freedom of expression. Where would you cut that, okay, now this is a corruption, this is a bribery act. If this whistleblower come to us, remember the whistleblower have to report back to the people who are doing the same corruption, like it's what's happening in the Chapter 11 of the Constitution, where the Mkwanas had to report to the senior Minister of Education, the former minister that is suspended in school. So where do we say that, yes, we are protecting these whistleblowers, right? We have to have a way of not saying the shortcuts, we have to cut the Constitution, but where do we draw the line to say we stop here? And do we ever try to say we look at the factors of organizational culture? Did we ever have a mindset that these people who do the corruption have to work with employees in the same environment? Did we draw a line where we're saying that, okay, we are creating an organizational culture and climate where we're saying that our employees, the customers, because
Their customers are the client, which is the masses, us as citizens. Did we create an organization culture whereby we say South Africa is the environment whereby we can feel safe and we can feel respected when we report these allegations?
Thank you. Who would like to take that? Perhaps let's start with Eugen. We'll come.
I can take the question or the section regarding compromised reporting channels. So, strong UJ students, unsurprising. So, I agree and I acknowledge all reporting channels are in some way, they tend to be compromised. But this is not the case only in South Africa. Look at the Boeing whistleblowers that just died. You had Corin Silkwood, who was, way before that, died under suspicious circumstances. Frank Serpica was shot in the face. These are all compromised reporting channels. So it's not something that's completely endemic to South Africa, but it's about what we're talking about here is implementing or trying to at least reinforce the mechanism as well as we can to sort of lessen the frequency of such incidents happening. So I understand that typically when you make a disclosure, it does reach the top of the structure, and at the very top of the structure are typically those people that are perpetrating that crime, whatever the nature of that crime is. But I think what we want to do is try to implement as many mechanisms and try to have address as many loopholes, reinforce the protection instrument, but also provide support structures for whistleblowers. I mean, we have no support for whistleblowers, according to the legislation, for interim support. So something as they're making the disclosure. And it's a very protracted experience. It occurs in 3 phases, essentially, the whistleblower experience. Lasts, on average in South Africa, I think something like 10, 11 years. So it's about just reinforcing those mechanisms that we have, things in place, but also acknowledging that reporting channels tend to be compromised and mitigating that as much as we can.
Thanks. Klingiwe, and then we'll come over to you.
All right, thank you. I think 2 points for me would be, in terms of the Consumer Protection Act, it sort of mandates the use of plain language, right? And I think I would sort of want to expand that not only to contracts and contracting process, but also to legislation and regulations. I mean, Alan had an issue with the word interlocutory, right? Well, how do you explain interlocutory to umama sekhaya mqanduli, you know what I mean? So I think extending the movement around plain language to encompass legislation as well, but also the second part just around imploring our citizens as well. The Constitution does go phrases where it is amended, so I think I would sort of implore the citizens themselves to engage in those processes as well.
Cameron?
Just picking up on what Ugi was saying on the structures and to the question about the channels, how are you going to blow the whistle on someone who is your boss? In a country like ours with the unemployment rate as it is, that's specifically why there's a compensation program in the US. It's not a slap on the back to say, well done for blowing the whistle. And some of those payments are $30, $40 million compensation payments to those people. It's because if you're a banker and you blow the whistle on your bank, no bank or financial institution in the world will hire you. So you, at 35 years old, you blow the whistle, you've got to live till 100, you will never earn a job in that industry again. So they compensate you not for as a reward, but as for the fact that you will never work in that profession again. Because same as in a government institution, if you blow the whistle there, that government institution is not going to hire you because that's what you're known as. You're known as a whistleblower. So it's a compensation for the loss. Don't see it as a reward for doing the right thing. It's getting something because you will face prejudice, et cetera, and you won't get a job.
And just to close out on the comments Cameron has made, I think what's lacking in our country is political will. We really have to have a strong commitment to become like Singapore or the Philippines, where we don't tolerate littering on the streets, ripping off the revenue authority, manipulating your tax returns. It all starts with that, and we need strong political will with strong enforcement. And I saw a lovely banner that said, "Hoot if you're hurtful with corruption." I think we should all be hooting loudly.
Agreed.
Hello everyone. I am June Bellamy. I am a Samsung whistleblower. I always say that because it empowers me and I get to use my voice in these arenas. So many things to bring up, but that's why I came here, specifically to be in the legislative session you're going to have later on. I had a question when it started, but now just noting, the 30, 40 million payouts many years ago, there was one of 104 million, and it's been beaten, I think, 117 million recently to one person. But I don't agree with that, because what about your environmental whistleblower? You know, they're just somebody that speaks up. Where's money going to come from there? But that's not my question. As you're saying, when the superpower is corrupt, are we doing enough to make the laws protect us? Now, everybody says, you know, let's protect the whistleblowers. And there's all these mechanisms in place, and you've got the paperwork in place. And last year, when I spoke at Dr. Ugi's event, there's beautiful paperwork out there. But when the entire system collapses, when they don't like what you're saying and they actively come and look for you, then where do we go? Now, state-owned, or not only state-owned, but you can land up in the witness protection. We don't want that. It's disruption to our lives. So there needs to be radical but tangible changes. And I'll raise them later on, but one of them is, what would it look like if my identity is leaked? I'm speaking from my own experience. You're still in the environment. I was there for a year later, so the retaliation is very real. The psychosocial effects is detrimental. The new Chapter 9 proposal, as soon as the retaliation starts, would I be able to go there and say to them, this is my evidence, they retaliate against me? Instead of you putting the corrupt person on paid leave, what if you put the whistleblower on paid leave? Now that would also entail us having to stand up and go, I whistleblow in confidence, but the reporting mechanisms paid for by the companies is what leaked my identities. So how are we going to pay for this? What would it look like if you rated companies on a global scale? You know, this company has a lot of previous cases against them, they don't protect their whistleblowers, etc. They would have to then add in, as you do your pay, your UIF, your company car, all these extras. These corrupt companies can then start paying a whistleblowing fee. And because it's such a cancer that we have, that should then become the norm. You know, and to level the playing field, as you say, they have big attorneys, goes on for years. If we are put on paid leave, that saves a lot of our financial strains, but then they could then pay the Chapter 9 institution, the same as like an ombudsman. The companies that belong to these ombudsmen have to pay the ombudsman. So there are solutions out there, but in my view, we're not being creative enough because the superstructure doesn't want us to be. So when the entire system collapses, what is your first point of protecting us if it's not state-owned? And we don't know who to go to, and we, you know, losing everything. When the company fails, all their systems that they profess to have in place, when they fail, we're forced to lodge a case against them. What is that first point of protection for us?
Thank you. Ugi, would you like to share your perspectives?
Okay, so in terms of the compensation mechanisms, how it would be paid out, there are models out there for that. So there are models for interim support where fees are levied from companies that have committed wrongdoing, and it's kept, obviously, like as a fund, and then that's paid out for interim support during disclosure. So it's actually a whole levied batch of funds. And I suppose then what the compensation would come from, the final compensation would come from, is the organization wherein the wrongdoing has been responsible or has been committed. What immediate protection, so June, you're saying what immediate protection mechanisms do we have in place at present? That's the second part of the question. No, there aren't. So yeah, no, I feel that there aren't any. So the crucial point there is reversing the burden of proof. So but you immediately qualify for protected disclosure, right? And you can then claim that you're, well, not claim, but you then you prove that you're a whistleblower, but you then don't have to prove that you are being retaliated. You don't have to prove that you are being retaliated against. It is then for the organization to prove that they are retaliating against you. So I think that the crucial clause there would be reverse burden of proof. But I don't know what more we can do before that. I mean, the first point of departure is legislation.
Therein lies the rub, though, is that we're all talking about the protection, but the physical, tangible protection is not there. There are few MPOs, interim, and that's another word that's very critical, is there's interim support. I received interim support 2 years ago, but nobody asks, how are you surviving now? You know, all that type of thing. I'm about to lose my property. I'm about to lose my car. Those are the caveats that are not being addressed. And I've often said CARA funds. I've always said, if the whistleblowers are helping you to recoup these assets, then the CARA funds must come back to help us. But I'm a corporate whistleblower. Would that even apply to me then? So when you spoke, I mean, this is closing the loops. There are currently so many loops. And in my opinion, even the NACAC, we are not addressing, we're not going further up the stream enough. We're saying protect us, okay, we whistleblower, now you're going to protect us there. But when the reporting hotlines and everything before fails, and then when the ultimate failure happens, we must go report, we must do all this stuff, that section there is not being looked at. So I really want to plant the seed today that it's going further upstream, and then we need radical changes from there as to how the companies are held accountable. For example, put me on paid leave so I don't have to go through a year of trauma, that type of thing. And, you know, is anybody even considering those types of things? Because everybody just keeps on saying, you know, put your policies in place. The policies are there, but the companies will blatantly break them every single time.
Okay, but what could be done to offer more reprieve to whistleblowers is that this Chapter 9 could then coordinate its efforts with non-governmental organizations, and that could offer more immediate relief. Again, the matter of policies, that's another fault line within the PDA, is that it does prohibit retaliation against whistleblowers, but there are no penalties imposed against organizations, that is, employers and their clients, for not having policies in place. So there are no penalties that and are there any cases of that where penalties have been imposed for not having whistleblowing policies? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I think these are important points, and I do hope that you will join the breakaway session where legislative reform is a standalone topic, and we could take some of that forward. I'm not sure how we're doing for time.
Good morning. My name is Mohammed Shishi. I am a legal researcher in the field of public law as well as employment law. So the irony is I'm not well acclimatized with the PDA, so my question goes to that aspect. What are some of the protections that are offered to people who are not acclimatized with the PDA but want to make a protected disclosure? And then my second question is that you spoke about the obscurity when it comes to the requirement of good faith. So how can we attach a reasonable meaning to the requirement of good faith so that you may not have the fear that you think you are making a genuine disclosure, meanwhile you are making a disclosure that is not made in good faith? Thank you.
Ugi, I think that's yours.
Must I answer it again? Feels a bit unfair. UJ person and then UJ people answering it. While the Act itself does offer protection, it's not as if we don't have, as if we have no legislation. It's just flawed. There's many flaws in it. So it makes this provision to report to relevant authority, which is one of the elements that are crucial, one of the components that are crucial for something being considered an act of disclosure. So it provides you channels, it's been expanded, the expansion, actually the recent addition to it, the 2017 amendment, makes provision for joint liability, which holds both the employer and the client liable in the event of retaliation. So there are provisions in it. You would have to read the Act because it's a few pages, the Act and its amendment. And then the second point of disclosure being made in good faith. So you're saying, how do I know if I'm making a disclosure whether it's in good faith? And I think that's really the underlying message that I'm trying to get across, is that we should, my opinion is, and I'm a sociologist, so legal practitioners will be able to add to this, is that we shouldn't, the focus shouldn't reside on whether it's been made in good faith or not, but what the nature of the message is. Have I disclosed? There are now famous whistleblowers in South Africa that have been heavily discredited because of what motivated them. But there is a deep need to have an adequate understanding of what motivates whistleblowers. I agree with that. And that motivations change over time. We know that whistleblowers are typically motivated by altruistic and egoistic motivations, but most frequently a mix of both. Why? Because initially the disclosure is very altruistic, but it changes over time as they face feedback from retaliators. It then begins to mutate, and I want to exert revenge. So it might have initially been altruistic and then become a mixed motive. So the point is that good faith argument, there is a place for it. But it was just like Stephen was saying, is that it's a matter of translating and understanding the context. How do you know if you're making it in good faith? I think that every whistleblower believes that they're making a disclosure in good faith. It's done for you to discern. But I also can't say, there's whistleblowers in the audience. You have to think very carefully before making a disclosure, because it's very seldom that a whistleblower comes out, if at all, the same as what they were before.
Thank you. Lingiwe, I think you wanted to add something.
Yeah, just around the closing the loophole aspect as well. The gentleman sort of alluded to the fact that there may not be a full understanding of the terms that are used, right? And at Legal Interact, we've developed the Access to Justice platform, right? That sort of enables the broadening of issues like that, right? So if you think about your definition of protected versus unprotected, and then you log onto a system like that, and then you ask it, and it's referencing now the Protected Disclosures Act, I think that sort of broadens the scope around accessibility and sort of enabling other decision-making process as well. So I really would, do we have any ministers in the crowd? No. I would really implore government and governmental institutions and organizations to sort of adopt tools and apps like that to sort of enable the access to justice as well. And I think it sort of will close a lot of the loopholes that whistleblowers and just ordinary citizens would require. Yeah.
Very good suggestion. Thank you.
I think we're going to have to close it there. Unfortunately, we're going to run out of time. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you very much, ladies and gents. A robust discussion, and I think more questions than answers at the moment. Fascinating to hear the kind of legalese that exists, and then, of course, real experience that lives out there in the real world, and trying to find them something a little closer to each other. You suggested that this will be continued in some of the breakaways.
Yes, thank you. There are 3 breakaway sessions, as I understand it, following after this session. And one of the discussions is going to be a continuation of this. So
Great.
those who are interested, I encourage you to come and let's dig deeper.
We're going to talk about those breakaways in a moment. Another thing, you give off very strong John Oliver late night, and I love that. It's fantastic. Well done. You give them another round of applause. Thank you very much, folks. And to all those who participated from the floor. We're now going to talk about this breakaway. We've got 3 breakaways that will run simultaneously up until lunchtime. Lunch takes place from 10 to 1, so we've got about 50 minutes. But to explain how that's going to happen, and so that you don't make any wrong choices, I'd love to welcome Professor Victoria Graham. If you could come and explain things for us, thank you very much. There we go.
Thanks very much, Program Director. It's a privilege to welcome you all to the industry-focused breakaway sessions on 3 separate themes. So we're going to have financial integrity, legal enforcement, and business ethics, all of which are critical pillars in our collective fight against corruption. And I also want to say, part of the exciting build-up to our fantastic pledge signing ceremony, which is taking place tomorrow. So I think we should all keep that in the back of our minds. I just wanted to mention a few things before I go into the breakaway itself. So as we know, corruption is not just a legal or financial challenge. We know that. It's a social and moral one. And in many African traditions, there's a proverb that says, if you close your eyes to facts, we'll learn through accidents. And so today we open our eyes wide, right, to facts, to realities, and to possibilities for change. And another proverb I wanted to mention was one that gives us hope here, is when spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. And that's the spirit of democracy. Collective action, many voices woven together, strong enough to tame the lion of corruption. So our task now is a simple but not easy one, admittedly. We have to, as Mr. Kars mentioned earlier today, move beyond the rhetoric and identify practical, actionable solutions. So whether we're considering how funds are allocated and monitored, or how laws are crafted and enforced, or how leadership ethics is nurtured in business, our discussions now must aim at clarity and commitment. So with that said, there are 3 separate discussions taking place now in our breakaway. Those of you who are interested in the legal sector and what laws need to be in place will then move to Flory Daniels Lecture Hall. Our ushers outside will help direct you to the lecture hall, so you don't have to worry about that. They'll direct you, but hold on a moment, because I will dismiss everybody in a minute once I've gone through the whole program here. But if you are interested in legal enforcement, in this session, we'll be talking about identifying practical outcomes and policy solutions, examining the legal framework needed to tackle corruption, with emphasis again on whistleblowing, and best practices and necessary laws, loopholes, etc. If you're interested in that one, you'll be in Breakaway Room 1, Flory Daniels Lecture Hall. The ushers will direct you there, and Sandra is going to be the moderator for that one, facilitator in that breakaway. If you are interested in the financial sector, and you are personally interested in financial integrity, how do we fund anti-corruption initiatives, or what financial models, processes, or procedures can be implemented to help combat corruption around whistleblowing, then you'll want to be in Breakaway Room 2, which is the VTV Lecture Hall. Again, the ushers will direct you to that breakaway room. That is Breakaway Room 2 for a discussion on the financial sector. And there we have Boniswa Madikizela from the University of Johannesburg, who will be helping to facilitate that session. If you are interested in the business sector and you want to look at practical insights and real-world case studies and collaborative solutions that show how businesses can implement whistleblowing and anti-corruption policies, also discussions around emphasizing the practical application of legal frameworks and internal systems, especially when financial resources are available, then you're going to want to be in Breakaway Room 3, which happily is right here in this venue, so you don't have to go anywhere. Okay, so you can stay here if you're interested in the business sector. All right, so I will mention those 3 breakaway sessions one more time at the end, but we will have around 40 to 45 minutes to really critically engage and challenge constructively and actively, have a voice in what you want to share, but also to listen deeply. And we'll see if we come back from there. We'll go directly to lunch, and then after lunch we'll come back around 10 to 2, and then we'll have the feedback session where the facilitators will come back with the 5 or 6 key steps, actionable steps that need to be taken next. So this is really about the work now. So we're not just talk shop, this is action. So let's make it happen. So again, 3 separate breakaway sessions. If you want to talk about legal stuff, the legal sector, Breakaway Room 1, that's the Flory Daniels Lecture Hall. Again, ushers will direct you there. So if you go out into the foyer, they will direct you. If you want to discuss the financial sector, Breakaway Room 2, the VTV Lecture Hall. Again, ushers will direct you there. And if you want to stay talking about business, stay in this venue. And we'll have about 40 to 45 minutes to engage around this. Then it's lunch, then feedback after lunch. Thank you.
Corruption is not just a crime, it's a crisis. But what if we could take intentional steps towards combating this scourge? From 3 to 5 September 2025, University of Johannesburg is hosting the Combating Corruption Summit, where bold ideas meet action and integrity will take center stage. From whistleblowers to watchdogs, from blockchain pioneers to policy reformers, UJ will bring together the brightest minds and the bravest voices. Why? Because it is time to face corruption head-on, to expose how corruption manifests, share tools that stops corruption, and to compile and sign a pledge to show a united stance against fraud and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts, leaders, and change makers who are ready to drive accountability in every sector, including finance. If you believe in responsible stewardship, ethical leadership, and clean administration, this is where you need to be. Let us turn oversight into impact. Let us build systems that protect value and people. Be in the room. Be part of the change. Be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Corruption is not just a crime, it's a crisis. But what if we could take intentional steps towards combating this scourge? From 3 to 5 September 2025, University of Johannesburg is hosting the Combating Corruption Summit, where bold ideas meet action and integrity will take center stage. From whistleblowers to watchdogs, from blockchain pioneers to policy reformers, UJ will bring together the brightest minds and the bravest voices. Why? Because it is time to face corruption head-on, to expose how corruption manifests, share tools that stops corruption, and to compile and sign a pledge to show a united stance against fraud and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts, leaders, and change makers who are ready to drive accountability in every sector, including finance. If you believe in responsible stewardship, ethical leadership, and clean administration, this is where you need to be. Let us turn oversight into impact. Let us build systems that protect value and people. Be in the room. Be part of the change. Be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Corruption is not just a crime, it's a crisis. But what if we could take intentional steps towards combating this scourge? From 3 to 5 September 2025, University of Johannesburg is hosting the Combating Corruption Summit, where bold ideas meet action and integrity will take center stage. From whistleblowers to watchdogs, from blockchain pioneers to policy reformers, UJ will bring together the brightest minds and the bravest voices. Why? Because it is time to face corruption head-on, to expose how corruption manifests, share tools that stops corruption, and to compile and sign a pledge to show a united stance against fraud and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts, leaders, and change makers who are ready to drive accountability in every sector, including finance. If you believe in responsible stewardship, ethical leadership, and clean administration, this is where you need to be. Let us turn oversight into impact. Let us build systems that protect value and people. Be in the room. Be part of the change. Be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Corruption is not just a crime, it's a crisis. But what if we could take intentional steps towards combating this scourge? From 3 to 5 September 2025, the University of Johannesburg is hosting the Combating Corruption Summit, where bold ideas meet action and integrity will take center stage. From whistleblowers to watchdogs, from blockchain pioneers to policy reformers, UJ will bring together the brightest minds and the bravest voices. Why? Because it is time to face corruption head-on, to expose how corruption manifests, share tools that stops corruption, and to compile and sign a pledge to show a united stance against fraud and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts, leaders, and change makers who are ready to drive accountability in every sector, including finance. If you believe in responsible stewardship, ethical leadership, and clean administration, this is where you need to be. Let us turn oversight into impact. Let us build systems that protect value and people. Be in the room. Be part of the change. Be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Corruption is not just a crime, it's a crisis. But what if we could take intentional steps towards combating this scourge? From 3 to 5 September 2025, University of Johannesburg is hosting the Combating Corruption Summit, where bold ideas meet action and integrity will take center stage. From whistleblowers to watchdogs, from blockchain pioneers to policy reformers, UJ will bring together the brightest minds and the bravest voices. Why? Because it is time to face corruption head-on, to expose how corruption manifests, share tools that stops corruption, and to compile and sign a pledge to show a united stance against fraud and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts, leaders, and change makers who are ready to drive accountability in every sector, including finance. If you believe in responsible stewardship, ethical leadership, and clean administration, this is where you need to be. Let us turn oversight into impact. Let us build systems that protect value and people. Be in the room. Be part of the change. Be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Corruption is not just a crime, it's a crisis. But what if we could take intentional steps towards combating this scourge? From 3 to 5 September 2025, the University of Johannesburg is hosting the Combating Corruption Summit, where bold ideas meet action and integrity will take center stage. From whistleblowers to watchdogs, from blockchain pioneers to policy reformers, UJ will bring together the brightest minds and the bravest voices. Why? Because it is time to face corruption head-on, to expose how corruption manifests, share tools that stops corruption, and to compile and sign a pledge to show a united stance against fraud and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts, leaders, and change makers who are ready to drive accountability in every sector, including finance. If you believe in responsible stewardship, ethical leadership, and clean administration, this is where you need to be. Let us turn oversight into impact. Let us build systems that protect value and people. Be in the room. Be part of the change. Be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Corruption is not just a crime, it's a crisis. But what if we could take intentional steps towards combating this scourge? From 3 to 5 September 2025, University of Johannesburg is hosting the Combating Corruption Summit, where bold ideas meet action and integrity will take center stage. From whistleblowers to watchdogs, from blockchain pioneers to policy reformers, UJ will bring together the brightest minds and the bravest voices. Why? Because it is time to face corruption head-on, to expose how corruption manifests, share tools that stops corruption, and to compile and sign a pledge to show a united stance against fraud and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts, leaders, and change makers who are ready to drive accountability in every sector, including finance. If you believe in responsible stewardship, ethical leadership, and clean administration, this is where you need to be. Let us turn oversight into impact. Let us build systems that protect value and people. Be in the room. Be part of the change. Be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Corruption is not just a crime, it's a crisis. But what if we could take intentional steps towards combating this scourge? From 3 to 5 September 2025, University of Johannesburg is hosting the Combating Corruption Summit, where bold ideas meet action and integrity will take center stage. From whistleblowers to watchdogs, from blockchain pioneers to policy reformers, UJ will bring together the brightest minds and the bravest voices. Why? Because it is time to face corruption head-on, to expose how corruption manifests, share tools that stops corruption, and to compile and sign a pledge to show a united stance against fraud and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts, leaders, and change makers who are ready to drive accountability in every sector, including finance. If you believe in responsible stewardship, ethical leadership, and clean administration, this is where you need to be. Let us turn oversight into impact. Let us build systems that protect value and people. Be in the room. Be part of the change. Be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Corruption is not just a crime, it's a crisis. But what if we could take intentional steps towards combating this scourge? From 3 to 5 September 2025, University of Johannesburg is hosting the Combating Corruption Summit, where bold ideas meet action and integrity will take center stage. From whistleblowers to watchdogs, from blockchain pioneers to policy reformers, UJ will bring together the brightest minds and the bravest voices. Why? Because it is time to face corruption head-on, to expose how corruption manifests, share tools that stops corruption, and to compile and sign a pledge to show a united stance against fraud and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts, leaders, and change makers who are ready to drive accountability in every sector, including finance. If you believe in responsible stewardship, ethical leadership, and clean administration, this is where you need to be. Let us turn oversight into impact. Let us build systems that protect value and people. Be in the room. Be part of the change. Be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Corruption is not just a crime, it's a crisis. But what if we could take intentional steps towards combating this scourge? From 3 to 5 September 2025, University of Johannesburg is hosting the Combating Corruption Summit, where bold ideas meet action and integrity will take center stage. From whistleblowers to watchdogs, from blockchain pioneers to policy reformers, UJ will bring together the brightest minds and the bravest voices. Why? Because it is time to face corruption head-on, to expose how corruption manifests, share tools that stops corruption, and to compile and sign a pledge to show a united stance against fraud and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts, leaders, and change makers who are ready to drive accountability in every sector, including finance. If you believe in responsible stewardship, ethical leadership, and clean administration, this is where you need to be. Let us turn oversight into impact. Let us build systems that protect value and people. Be in the room. Be part of the change. Be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Corruption is not just a crime, it's a crisis. But what if we could take intentional steps towards combating this scourge? From 3 to 5 September 2025, University of Johannesburg is hosting the Combating Corruption Summit, where bold ideas meet action and integrity will take center stage. From whistleblowers to watchdogs, from blockchain pioneers to policy reformers, UJ will bring together the brightest minds and the bravest voices. Why? Because it is time to face corruption head-on, to expose how corruption manifests, share tools that stops corruption, and to compile and sign a pledge to show a united stance against fraud and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts, leaders, and change makers who are ready to drive accountability in every sector, including finance. If you believe in responsible stewardship, ethical leadership, and clean administration, this is where you need to be. Let us turn oversight into impact. Let us build systems that protect value and people. Be in the room. Be part of the change. Be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Corruption is not just a crime, it's a crisis. But what if we could take intentional steps towards combating this scourge? From 3 to 5 September 2025, University of Johannesburg is hosting the Combating Corruption Summit, where bold ideas meet action and integrity will take center stage. From whistleblowers to watchdogs, from blockchain pioneers to policy reformers, UJ will bring together the brightest minds and the bravest voices. Why? Because it is time to face corruption head-on, to expose how corruption manifests, share tools that stops corruption, and to compile and sign a pledge to show a united stance against fraud and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts, leaders, and change makers who are ready to drive accountability in every sector, including finance. If you believe in responsible stewardship, ethical leadership, and clean administration, this is where you need to be. Let us turn oversight into impact. Let us build systems that protect value and people. Be in the room. Be part of the change. Be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Corruption is not just a crime, it's a crisis. But what if we could take intentional steps towards combating this scourge? From 3 to 5 September 2025, University of Johannesburg is hosting the Combating Corruption Summit, where bold ideas meet action and integrity will take center stage. From whistleblowers to watchdogs, from blockchain pioneers to policy reformers, UJ will bring together the brightest minds and the bravest voices. Why? Because it is time to face corruption head-on, to expose how corruption manifests, share tools that stops corruption, and to compile and sign a pledge to show a united stance against fraud and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts, leaders, and change makers who are ready to drive accountability in every sector, including finance. If you believe in responsible stewardship, ethical leadership, and clean administration, this is where you need to be. Let us turn oversight into impact. Let us build systems that protect value and people. Be in the room. Be part of the change. Be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Corruption is not just a crime, it's a crisis. But what if we could take intentional steps towards combating this scourge? From 3 to 5 September 2025, University of Johannesburg is hosting the Combating Corruption Summit, where bold ideas meet action and integrity will take center stage. From whistleblowers to watchdogs, from blockchain pioneers to policy reformers, UJ will bring together the brightest minds and the bravest voices. Why? Because it is time to face corruption head-on, to expose how corruption manifests, share tools that stops corruption, and to compile and sign a pledge to show a united stance against fraud and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts, leaders, and change makers who are ready to drive accountability in every sector, including finance. If you believe in responsible stewardship, ethical leadership, and clean administration, this is where you need to be. Let us turn oversight into impact. Let us build systems that protect value and people. Be in the room. Be part of the change. Be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Corruption is not just a crime, it's a crisis. But what if we could take intentional steps towards combating this scourge? From 3 to 5 September 2025, University of Johannesburg is hosting the Combating Corruption Summit, where bold ideas meet action and integrity will take center stage. From whistleblowers to watchdogs, from blockchain pioneers to policy reformers, UJ will bring together the brightest minds and the bravest voices. Why? Because it is time to face corruption head-on, to expose how corruption manifests, share tools that stops corruption, and to compile and sign a pledge to show a united stance against fraud and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts, leaders, and change makers who are ready to drive accountability in every sector, including finance. If you believe in responsible stewardship, ethical leadership, and clean administration, this is where you need to be. Let us turn oversight into impact. Let us build systems that protect value and people. Be in the room. Be part of the change. Be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Corruption is not just a crime, it's a crisis. But what if we could take intentional steps towards combating this scourge? From 3 to 5 September 2025, University of Johannesburg is hosting the Combating Corruption Summit, where bold ideas meet action and integrity will take center stage. From whistleblowers to watchdogs, from blockchain pioneers to policy reformers, UJ will bring together the brightest minds and the bravest voices. Why? Because it is time to face corruption head-on, to expose how corruption manifests, share tools that stops corruption, and to compile and sign a pledge to show a united stance against fraud and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts, leaders, and change makers who are ready to drive accountability in every sector, including finance. If you believe in responsible stewardship, ethical leadership, and clean administration, this is where you need to be. Let us turn oversight into impact. Let us build systems that protect value and people. Be in the room. Be part of the change. Be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Corruption is not just a crime, it's a crisis. But what if we could take intentional steps towards combating this scourge? From 3 to 5 September 2025, the University of Johannesburg is hosting the Combating Corruption Summit, where bold ideas meet action and integrity will take center stage. From whistleblowers to watchdogs, from blockchain pioneers to policy reformers, UJ will bring together the brightest minds and the bravest voices. Why? Because it is time to face corruption head-on, to expose how corruption manifests, share tools that stops corruption, and to compile and sign a pledge to show a united stance against fraud and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts, leaders, and change makers who are ready to drive accountability in every sector, including finance. If you believe in responsible stewardship, ethical leadership, and clean administration, this is where you need to be. Let us turn oversight into impact. Let us build systems that protect value and people. Be in the room. Be part of the change. Be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Corruption is not just a crime, it's a crisis. But what if we could take intentional steps towards combating this scourge? From 3 to 5 September 2025, the University of Johannesburg is hosting the Combating Corruption Summit, where bold ideas meet action and integrity will take center stage. From whistleblowers to watchdogs, from blockchain pioneers to policy reformers, UJ will bring together the brightest minds and the bravest voices. Why? Because it is time to face corruption head-on, to expose how corruption manifests, share tools that stops corruption, and to compile and sign a pledge to show a united stance against fraud and corruption. This is your invitation to stand for transparency, justice, and to invest in a future reimagined. Be in the room, be part of change, be at the Combating Corruption Summit 2025. Uniting for integrity, acting for impact.
Every cent misused is an opportunity lost. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it steals futures. My name is Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer at the University of Johannesburg. In my role, I see how accountability, or the lack of it, directly affects development, access, and trust. At the University of Johannesburg, we believe financial integrity is non-negotiable. That's why from the 3rd to the 5th of September 2025, we're hosting the Combating Corruption Summit to take a stand, not just in words, but in action. This summit will go beyond theory. We will explore practical ways to safeguard public funds, innovative technologies that enhance transparency, and proven governance models that work. We'll gather experts.
Ladies and gentlemen and delegates, welcome back to this session. I know I'm not Alan Committee. Unfortunately, he's had to dash just for the afternoon, but do not worry. He will be back here tomorrow morning sharp. So do not worry and fret. But I'm going to be taking over Program Director for the rest of the afternoon. My name is Priscilla Mulebatsi, and I'm under the Office of the General Counsel. I hope everybody's had a great lunch. It's beautiful weather outside, and that we all get up for the rest of the afternoon. I think the rest of the program is going to be really a good understanding of the impact that fraud and corruption has on people's lives. And I think the speakers that we're going to bring on will definitely sort of lay out the foundation on some of the struggles that they've experienced. But before we do that, I think we all went out, we had our breakaway sessions, and I know for a fact that we have come up with fantastic solutions on how we are going to solve these problems that we're currently facing. So at this moment, I am going to call back on stage Prof. Graham, who's going to moderate our feedback session, as well as our wonderful moderators that moderated the breakaway sessions, just to give us some feedback on what came out from these sessions. We've got a QR code on the screen. Please scan that QR code. Should you have questions during their discussion, please feel free to type it out so that it can be filtered to the moderator. Over to you, Prof.
All right, thank you so much, Priscilla, for that. We did have, I think, fantastic breakaway sessions. I was in the legal one, so I can't speak to the other two personally, but I thought our one was pretty good. It was full of enthusiasm and commitment to sorting the problems that we have facing us in society in terms of corruption. So I think this is going to be a great feedback session. So how we'll do this is I'm going to give each breakaway session facilitator a chance to give the sort of overarching feedback. And you only have about 10 to 12 minutes, colleagues, so try and keep it succinct, but also getting across the meat that you really need to get across. So try and balance that if you can, and then try and see if you can't get through all the points that you want to give feedback on. And then, obviously, this is very important for us because all of the feedback that is filtered through today is going to form part of the pledge that we'll have tomorrow when we have this very, very important and really beautiful and symbolic pledge signing tomorrow, and it's based off of these action items that are coming through today. So this is very significant, this session. So I'm going to hand over to you, Sandro, because you were the facilitator for Breakaway Session 1, the legal discussion, and then please give us your feedback.
Thanks, Prof. Vicky. It was, I'd like to thank everybody who participated in our session. I think it was a really, really good session. There was a huge element of enthusiasm. There is a general consensus, I think, amongst the people who attended our session that our laws are a little fragmented. They could use improvement, but we're not broken. We have a lot to work with, but there's a lot more that we can do to bridge the gaps in our legislation, to bridge the gaps in our enforcement mechanisms. And these gaps, in many instances, are what we consider to be low-hanging fruit, measures that we can implement readily, quickly, and inexpensively, ultimately with the aim of fighting corruption. I apologize in advance for the fact that a lot of what I'm about to say may in and of itself seem fragmented, because we were simply able to distill some of the main points that were provided. Recognizing, this is the feedback that we have, recognizing that, I think as a starting point, we have a number of specialist bodies, investigative units. We have a number of courts, which are our general courts. We have some specialist tribunals, such as the special tribunal. What we don't have and what is sorely lacking is an overall framework, something that can consolidate and bring together all of these fragmented pieces of legislation, these fragmented investigative units and the like. And ultimately a body that can be accountable. If you think about the functions and powers of the public protector, for example, which is all very good and well, it overlaps in many instances with other tribunals. So we would propose the establishment of a more comprehensive, inclusive, single point of entry to deal with this. We spent some time looking at prevention, and because it's not enough just simply to cure. And one of the things, and I think taking our lead from Mr. Kaas, is that we consider education to be so important, even at primary school level and at learnership level, to instill the principles of ethics and to educate on bribery and corruption. As a means to kind of instill the correct culture. So we would suggest legislative reform to make this a more prominent feature in mandatory education right from the word go. Dealing also with prevention, much like many of you will be aware, in certain environments dealing with particular categories of employees, there's mandatory disclosure of sexual misconduct, criminal activity by employees and prospective employees. The resounding call from my breakaway session is that there needs to be some form of mandatory disclosure and transparency around people's convictions or involvement in bribery and corruption cases.
And this should also serve as an automatic bar towards holding certain offices. Now, we know that the Companies Act, for example, creates a mechanism to have directors of companies declared delinquent directors, and they can no longer occupy certain positions in the event of such a finding. The question that arises is, why do we not have something similar for the holding of public office and not necessarily linked to commercial matters? So we would be looking towards suggesting, as a preventative mechanism, measures along those lines. Relatedly, there should be a standardized vetting and accreditation of qualifications. We've seen how people's qualifications and fraudulent qualifications have become quite topical. Whilst most organizations in and of themselves do qualification vetting, we would be calling for, we suggest that it would be beneficial if organizations are compelled to do qualification vetting, particularly on certain high-risk positions, and that be met with some kind of consequence, be it in the form of criminal action or some kind of penalty or fine, in the event of an employer not embarking upon those important processes. During the plenary session, a lot was spoken about the Protected Disclosures Act and protections afforded to whistleblowing, and Ugi kind of led the discussion in many ways, highlighting measures for reform. Those were picked up in our session, and what a lot of people echoed is that this incidence of onus is an important issue, and there's a suggestion on removing that requirement, removing the qualification that protected disclosures must be made in good faith. This would go some way towards encouraging protected disclosures. Part of the notion of bringing everything together under one umbrella and having a more streamlined approach towards corruption, addressing corruption, is this notion of keeping the independence of certain of these units, or at least elevating the independence levels of certain of these units. There's a resounding dissatisfaction with SIU investigations being prompted by a presidential proclamation. And there's a call for the implementation of more independent investigative bodies who have the funding and the teeth to do what is required. We would, of course, suggest that this be brought under the auspices of a standalone unit. Some legislative reform was also proposed relating to the way cases are addressed. There was a suggestion, one of the problems is that there's a huge backlog of cases, which is obvious. This problem is exacerbated by the lack of significant experience by certain judges in dealing with the matter, the lack of sharing of evidence, and the ease with which these matters are postponed. To combat this, it was suggested that as a practical reform measure, a triage system is implemented whereby the prosecuting authority is required to consider those cases that are most deserving of prosecution, and that would result in quick and fast prosecutions. What has also emerged is that there needs to be an element of centralization and information sharing and transparency among departments. So we have several statal and parastatal organizations either conducting investigations, also sometimes engaging certain and paying certain third-party suppliers, but there's a lack of cooperation and commonality amongst these entities as to who are they paying, whether the third-party suppliers that they're paying are suspected of fraud and corrupt activities. So what we have are kind of usual suspects engaging in procurement and with various organs of state and so forth. And what we're suggesting is that there be, under this rubric of a consolidated structure, information sharing. To address the issue of judicial speed and competence, we are proposing that there be specialist criminal, not only criminal, there be specialist courts dealing with corruption, and that matters such as this come under case management from judges. I just want to see. I think that in a nutshell, Prof. Vicky, captures the essence of the feedback at our sessions. There may be one or two others which I'll share with the OGC. Thank you.
Thank you. I think let's give a round of applause to everyone who was in that breakaway session with these great suggestions. And I was also in that session, so I think I can attest to the fact that those covered the major issues there. I think we did. There was one about accessibility maybe that we didn't speak to, but we'll leave it for the Q&A. We'll leave that. All right, thank you so much, Sandra, for that excellence. So we've got a number that we can chew on there going forward. Let's move straight into our next breakaway room. Bernice was going to talk to us about the financial sector and the feedback that you got from your session.
Thank you very, very much. I must say we had quite a robust discussion. And yes, as much as the aim was about funding, sometimes we can digress to other things, but you must always bring it back to the money. One of the key questions that we started off with was actually, what are we funding? You know, what are we funding? And it was lovely to start off like that because it linked back to what was discussed earlier in this room to say, at the end of the day, most of the time, whistleblowers, their financial livelihood is at stake, because once you whistleblow, then your source of income, your financial security, and so forth. So first and foremost is to look at it from that perspective, that they have to be remunerated for disclosing. Also, the fact that their personal safety, there's that personal risk at times where their lives are threatened and so forth, and especially where their identity has been known. And you never know what could happen, and we know a lot has happened. So, in our discussion, we spoke, we discussed quite a number of things, but I'll try to just put them together. First and foremost, it was around creating a dedicated funding mechanism for whistleblower protection. So that could be similar to the ombudsman model, where you establish an independent ombudsman-style office with ring-fenced funding for the whistleblower cases. Also, one of the participants mentioned the Criminal Assets Fund, I think similar to that. It was around the fact that it's about the definition of whistleblowing to be leveled up. I don't know if I'm using the right word, but what are you which crime are you whistleblowing for? And those categories of definition should be in the Criminal Act, I think, such that there is that criminal fund for forfeitures and so forth. Because if you're not included if you're not defined, then you don't have access to the fund. So I thought that was quite nice. And then also industry levies and corporate contributions. So where we require companies via maybe the CIPC on an annual basis to make contributions or pledges to a nationwide whistleblower fund. This can be done via the CIPC or even the regulators and so forth. And also that showcases the seriousness or the commitment to combating, and where people are able to see that your company cannot be registered if you do not contribute. It shows that we are being serious. All right? And also insurance models. So we can develop pooled whistleblower protection kitties, which are insured at company or industry level with reimbursement mechanisms once those cases are closed. And then another way we spoke about was the importance of integrating whistleblowing into existing financial and governance systems. So what I mean by that, financial markets contribution, inspired by, for example, we know that our financial markets are quite global and doing quite well. We might be considered a developing country, but our financial markets are doing pretty well, and they do declare beautiful dividends. So there could be a model where a portion of earnings could be dedicated towards anti-corruption funds from those institutions. Also, another mechanism which I was quite surprised to hear about it, with the SAPS. The SAPS, they have a budget for informers, where you can actually pay. So if an informer did inform about and whatever was recovered, a certain percentage goes towards that informer. So that model could be applied. So even in government entities, why is that not replicated, and towards the anti-corruption? And then regulatory fines redirection. So for example, we redirect a portion of the penalties from FSCA and any other regulator to finance whistleblowing, similar to the AML. How that is done, that could be also one. And then a lovely lady who's doing her master's, she raised a point about, we all know that whistleblowing is costly, big time. And obviously at the end of the day, even to do the entire investigations and this and that. So we could leverage technology for secure, cost-effective protection, blockchain solutions, implement blockchain-based disclosure systems that ensure anonymity, immutability, and efficiency, thus reducing dependence on committees that risk identity exposure. Also, independent reporting platforms, I think that is quite high up there. And mainly because where the corruption is happening in the very entity that you work for. And then you think that you are confiding to somebody who's above you, but only to discover that whoever is above you and to the left, to the right, is actually corrupt themselves. So the importance of independent reporting platforms. So we build secure digital channels linked to independent institutions like the Auditor General. And I think, is it the DPCI appointed judges? I don't know, I might have gotten it wrong, but it's about independence because that ensures trust and shield identities for compromised internal structures. And then, am I still on time? Then also we need to strengthen our institutional architecture and legal protection. So the Section 9 entity, I think those were spoken about. And I did mention earlier the broader definition of whistleblowing and informant's assurance. And then lastly, we did speak about the importance of fostering public-private partnerships for shared responsibility. Collaborative funding pools, government, corporates, civil society to co-finance whistleblowing system, ensuring sustainability and reducing reliance on a single funding source. So, and all of this, we do know that it requires transparency and accountability measures. So we require public reporting of all those contributions and utilization of the funds in order to build trust and legitimacy. Yeah.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to the Breakaway Room 2 for those great contributions. Thank you so much. That was really great. What you said there, one of the things you mentioned just put me in mind of in COVID. Remember when we were all invited as the public to contribute during COVID? You know, this became a national question. We were all involved. We're in it together, and we contributed funds. Yes, of course, there's obviously controversy linked to that as well. So maybe that's not a great example. But actually, the point I'm making is that why can't we do that again for something like corruption? And if we here care about it, others do as well. So anyway, just very interesting. And I love that you mentioned civil society there too. The key plugging the gap And we need that. All right, thank you, Paniswa. Let's move directly then into our breakaway room 3. So I'm going to ask now Suad Jacobs from ENS to please talk about the business sector and the feedback that you received from your team.
Thanks very much. Thanks to all the participants in our group. I think it was a good discussion, and I think some useful points came out of it. I think it's important to remember, it's an important guideline. The Serious Fraud Office in the UK has published 6 principles for implementing anti-bribery and anti-corruption systems in businesses. And I mentioned this to our group to inform the discussion that we had in some of the examples that were shared. So I think most importantly for the discussion that we had was, one, having tone from the top, having the proper policies and procedures in place, and then communicating those policies and procedures, implementing them in a meaningful way, and training and communication around that. So I took a poll at the beginning of the session to see how many people in the session, and there were approximately 60 people in the session, to see how many of them would actually whistleblow if they came across facts that were serious and that should be whistleblown. About 4 people out of the 60 indicated that they would whistleblow. So, and I think it's important. One of the speakers in our session mentioned you have to remember that for a whistleblower, whistleblowing becomes their lived experience. And it can go, there are a number of examples in South Africa where where whistleblowers have suffered extremely negative consequences. I was a whistleblower on more than one occasion, and when listening to some of the stories, I realized how lucky I was in that situation. But what I think is important, and what came out of those sessions, were there were a couple of examples that some of the members of the audience shared. One example was a lady from an NGO who indicated that the organization had become complacent. They have the proper policies and procedures in place. They don't communicate the policy and procedures, and an intern was placed under pressure by a senior and didn't know what to do, and effectively came to her and whistleblew, and she was then able to assist. So from our perspective, some of the most important things that the group thought we could implement was, one, tone from the top, ethical leadership, and I think that is such a complex concept that it's difficult. It's summed up in one word, but it's a concept that really has the ability to define an organization. But ethical leadership is not just the CEO, it's not just the executive. And as a practitioner who assists clients to implement these types of systems, what you realize is that the average employee doesn't engage with the CEO or the MD or a member of EXCO on a daily basis. Their lived experience is engaging with the middle manager and shop stewards and colleagues, and making sure that when the head of the organization publishes a statement and says, we are zero tolerance organization, to live that experience, and to make sure that people in the organization, the employees of that organization, understand and trust that message. And for that message then to cascade down into middle management and into team leaders, so that the organization creates an ethical culture. Leaders in an organization have the ability to influence in a fundamental way the culture of that organization. Secondly, what I thought was also a very good suggestion from one of the members of the audience was to have ethics champions in an organization. Yes, we should have an ethics champion at an EXCO level, where where ethics is a topic on the board agenda on an ongoing basis. But having ethics champions in the organization, people on peers speaking to you about what the policies really mean, what it really means when you have a conflict of interest, how does it apply in your organization, what does it mean to be ethical? We all come from different backgrounds, we have a different understanding of what's right and wrong. But for an organization, ethics champions can help to create a unified understanding of what the policies mean, and for employees to have a valuable source of information on a peer level. Very few people are going to approach a manager and go, I have an ethical dilemma that I'd like to discuss with you. Just because of the fear of retaliation and the fear that people may judge you. But if you can go to a peer, it's an easy way to get access to good information, and when they don't know, they can escalate the situation. One of the members of the session also mentioned that those ethics champions would then not be part of any subsequent investigation, so that those two roles are separated. Training and capacity building, I think, is a very important issue. Understanding the policies that are in place, understanding what it is that the organization is trying to manage and trying to create is very important. So that employees, one, understand the rules and understand how to adapt their conduct so that it fits within the rules. One of the members of the audience had quite a negative experience whistleblowing and wanted me to emphasize that when the internal structures fail, there is, through the Whistleblowing Act, external channels that you can pursue to further, further the whistleblowing and to make sure that the issue that you want to raise is heard. Anonymous whistleblowing is also an important, the members of the audience also felt that anonymous whistleblowing is an important channel, but true anonymous whistleblowing. Not anonymous whistleblowing where the identities of the whistleblowers are later disclosed by whoever it is that's managing the whistleblower hotline. A number of these issues go to one key theme, which I think was even amongst the members of the audience when I asked them, would you whistleblow? And very few put up their hands, is psychological safety. A number of whistleblowers and a number of employees would be afraid to raise an ethical issue against a senior member in an organization because even if the organization has the policies in place and you may have ticked all the boxes in terms of what is required from an anti-bribery, anti-corruption compliance program, it's very important to create, through these mechanisms, psychological safety for whistleblowers so that they know the organization is truly ethical, that they will be protected, that is protection for their whistleblowing, and that they will not suffer the negative consequences of whistleblowing. One of the members of the audience also raised that where an organization is unethical and where they have suffered integrity challenges, and members of the audit team or internal audit or investigations have been threatened in the past, to offer whistleblowers upfront protection before they engage in any detailed whistleblowing. Part of creating a culture of accountability as well, one of the auditors in the audience felt there should be remedial action. Where there has been a breach of a policy, there needs to be remedial action. The remedial action needs to be proportionate with the offense that was committed, and that there needs to be consistency in the application of the policies and consistent application of remedial action where there have been breaches of policies. I think that's the majority of what we covered in the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and that's excellent. Another round of applause for Breakaway Room 3. Thank you so much for that feedback. All of that was important, but I just picked up on the phrase lived experience, because at the root of all of this is you have to have the courage to do this in the first place, and then that's the rest of your life affected by that one moment, that choice you've made. Really, it's actually tremendous. Okay, so colleagues, I have a couple of comments that came through via the QR code, so I'll share those quickly, and then we'll have time for literally 1 and perhaps 1.5 questions. So those of you who really, really want to ask the question, please, if it's burning, then I'll come to you. But online, there was just feedback that said, somebody wanted to make the point that the finance sector breakaway session was extremely informative, very eye-opening viewpoints. So I think that's great. But also, removing the good faith requirement. There's a comment here from Erna who says, it might encourage more disclosures, but it also invites abuse, damages reputations, and undermines trust in whistleblowing systems. So the better approach possibly is to protect reasonable belief disclosures while still discouraging bad faith reports. So that's something that's floated here in a comment around that breakaway, the legal breakaway. All right, so I think we can come to the audience then for one, maybe two questions, depending on how short the questions are. So I think let me come across with the mic, and then whoever would like to ask a question, please just indicate, and we'll come to you. Or everyone had their questions answered already by the fantastic panel members, so there's nobody with a question. We have somebody at the front here. Do you want to just wait till the mic comes to you so we can hear what you have to say?
Tsepo from the South African Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I think I was talking to the lady during the breakaway with regards to protecting whistleblowers, right? You know, there's South Africa's corrupt. You know, we all know that. Even the people that did it, or the body that you're going to be reporting to, you might find that there's someone that's being paid, right? Since we're going into the digital era, why not make it digital? You know, like I said, we have an app that actually authenticates food in the townships, plaza shops, whether it comes directly from the correct FMCGs or not. So why not create an app that governs all these tenders and all these monies that come out of the government or out of our government coffers? Not only that, make it public, like our app is public, right? So that everyone it's 100% transparent, right? So someone from maybe you know, someone from the media already knows, can pick up on it, and the guys can be anonymous. So there won't be any funds coming out to protect anonymous whistleblowers and so on. So that's the question that I'm asking.
Thank you so much. So I don't know if you want to speak to that. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, the gentleman did raise that during our session. I said, I think with any public funding, that would be, I know that there are countries that do implement it. I know Sandro spoke about that earlier on this morning. And I think it's a good suggestion. With public funding, there's going to be there's going to be public interest because we all pay tax. We all have an interest in how that money is spent, and that there's accountability, a greater accountability in how money is spent. I know that there were words like gangster state during our session. And I think encouraging greater accountability is a good thing. And in the digital age, I think we should use the technology that's at our disposal. I think it's a good suggestion. My apologies that I actually didn't mention that. It is a point that you raised, and I didn't mention that during the feedback. I don't see any reason why the government, in any event, publishes its tenders through the government bulletin. The results of those tenders and the results of the assessment should be public, could be public as well. I don't think it places an unnecessarily, and I speak from not having been as part of the state or any state procurement system, but I don't think it's an unduly onerous provision. I know that there are various government departments, municipalities and the like, that when you do compete for a tender, they publish the results, and they publish what the different prices were and how people fared in the tender evaluation.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm just going to qualify something you said there and say we should all pay tax as opposed to we all pay tax, since that's not absolutely true in the country.
Thank you. Thanks for the question.
Right, thanks. Okay, so we have one more question, but it really has to be quick. Sorry to be a bully about this, but it has to be really, really fast, okay, so we can have some actual answers, and we have 3 minutes to do this. Let's make it happen.
Good morning. My name is Patrice Makadla, doing last year at University of Johannesburg. My question is quick. We are here talking about funding. Where is that funding coming from? Who's going to be funding the whistleblower? And do we have the measures to make sure that if someone whistleblower, is it the right information that whistleblower? Because if you put here in saying there's a 60 million for whistleblowers, we now understand that unemployment is rising. In the last quarter, it rose by 140,000 people. It means people are getting unemployed. Do we have measures to say this is a correct information or this is a fake news? And who's going to fund that whistleblowers?
That's a very good question. Who's going to fund that? I don't know if it came up in one of the two, the business or the finance sector. You mentioned something about that. Do you want to speak to that just quickly and we can end off there?
As I mentioned with the feedback, is that there are a number of funding mechanisms that we are proposing with regards to funding the whistleblowers. And also those funding mechanisms can be at company level, can be at national level, but at the same time, public-private partnerships are also very key. So it's all about saying, at the end of the day, that can be regulated. And we use the different stakeholders like regulators and so forth to assist in getting that done. But again, it must be independent. And also the enforcement of that is what will be key in terms of saying who is going to make sure that it's not a lie and so forth. Yeah.
Thank you, Boniswa. Thanks for that great question. Two great questions. So I think we will finish there because we're right on time, actually. I'm so proud of us. Well done. We're right on time. So a round of applause to our three reporters. Thank you, Sandra, Boniswa, and Roswad. Thank you so much, colleagues. And thank you to all of you, because all of you contributed to this great feedback that we're actually able to share here. So I think this was a great session. And just one more point to remind you that tomorrow is the pledge signing ceremony, and this content feeds into that pledge. So thank you again for all of your commitment and enthusiasm around this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much to our facilitators, to Prof. Graham as well, but also thank you so much to all of you for actually participating in these breakaway rooms. When we were thinking about the second summit that we were going to have this year, one of the questions we had to ask ourselves was, how do we practically take things forward? How do we not become just a talk shop? This is not supposed to be a lecture. This is supposed to be all of you engaging and finding practical solutions on how we can actually take steps on combating corruption. So I applaud you for all of the, the responses that you've given and also the ideas that you've shared. We will definitely take these into account in how we take this forward. Our next keynote speaker, when I first spoke to her, I literally had to take a breath. I listened to her story and I was just overwhelmed. I think at some point, until you really understand and you actually hear what people are going through when it comes to whistleblowers coming forward, you really don't understand the situation. But it gives you that much more appreciation for the fact that they actually took that step forward and they took that moral ground to actually speak up. Our next keynote speaker is Ronelle van Wyk. She is a certified ethics officer and an associate member of the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. She's currently employed at SNG Grant Thornton as the Compliance and Ethics Officer. She previously held roles of Lieutenant Colonel in the South African Police Service and was the head of the Criminal Investigation and Prosecutions Department. Ronelle submitted whistleblowing reports to the Nugent Inquiry investigating state capture at the SARS and the Zondo inquiry, focusing on state capture and its devastating effects on SARS Enforcement Division. She was prosecuted in her role as a whistleblower and had to withstand immense pressure from some of the highest political and organized crime individuals in the country. She's an advocate for the protection of whistleblowers. Please, let's give a warm welcome to Ronelle van Wyk.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen.
To move forward, press that button, but you have to point it to the general area at the back. There you go.
Thank you. Thank goodness for the young people that can teach the old people how to use technology. Sorry. I apologize. Yeah, I just want to go to the beginning, please. There we go, that's fine. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, the story that I'm going to tell you today is a real story. It's a story from the heart. It's a story about myself, my family, one of resilience and courage, and one of fighting for justice. Now, as the person that introduced me said to you, I'm an avid fighter for whistleblowers, and maybe it's because of what I went through as a whistleblower. But I'm not only here to talk about my story, I'm also here to talk about what happened at the South African Revenue Service, which is where I blew the whistle on. So what I'm presenting to you today is merely a glimpse into what happened actually at SARS from 2014 until 2017. And the real story is captured in my submission to the Nugent and Zondo commissions. And my affidavit is over 290 pages, and I had 4 leverage files full of annexures. I did not testify in public because of the confidentiality of the cases that I worked with, so I testified in camera. But something that's very close to my heart is a principle called the higher purpose that I learned from former Minister Pravin Gordhan, the late Minister Pravin Gordhan, in which he taught us about the higher purpose. And I think that was part of why I blew the whistle. Because this principle relates to an understanding of corporate citizenship and the recognition that a person understands that they form an integral part of the broader society. There's a duty on us to be part of the society and do something. It affords us with rights, responsibilities, and obligations. And this principal way of thinking is what still drives me today. I'm first and foremost a servant of this country. My actions can lead to a holistic improvement of other people's lives, no matter the position I hold. I'm an ethical person. I'm authentic, selfless, and a transformational leader. I care deeply, and I'm an honest, hard-working citizen. So, how I blew the whistle at SARS was on two ways. The first was pertaining to a specific case that I was given to investigate. It related to fraudulent VAT refunds amounting to 93 million rand, and we received allegations that we had to investigate, or I had to investigate, that these VAT refunds were fraudulent. I then did an investigation as requested by the head of criminal investigations at that stage, and my findings were that there was indeed prima facie evidence that there was corruption of 9 million rand and that the 93 million rand VAT refunds were all fraudulent. I submitted these findings in a memorandum to the Chief Officer of Enforcement, and this individual then decided to change my recommendations to say that there was nothing wrong, that there was no case to be investigated, and the case was killed basically. Now, I also have to say that the case against which these allegations were mentioned towards was a certain Mr. Jürgen Moodley. He formed part of then former Commissioner Tom Moyani's new hit squad, as they became known to us. So he was mentioned in these allegations of receiving 9 million rand in bribes, and then further on, he also started to investigate people like me. So you must imagine, I'm doing an investigation into corruption and bribery on this person, but he's appointed by Commissioner Tom Moyani to do investigations on 27 individuals that are identified that they wanted to neutralize in SARS. I refused to release the VAT refunds, and I was called by an advocate the one day and threatened with civil action. A SAPS official, a captain, came to my office on a Friday afternoon and indicated to me that he was going to arrest me for theft if I did not release those VAT refunds. I still refused, and I escalated the matter as per the process to the head of the anti-corruption unit at SARS, Mr. Yusuf Dinath. Mr. Dinath was subsequently, after 2 days, suspended. And what we did not know is that our emails were being intercepted by Yugen Mundi and the rest of the hit squad of Mr. Moyani. There we go. I furthermore blew the whistle, more on an academic side. I hold an MBA, not from the UJ, but from Takkies. Hopefully I'll do my PhD here at UJ one day. And what I did is I did an academic research project basically to understand the new operating model that they wanted to introduce and restructure SARS. I researched 42 business models to try and understand this new structure that they wanted to implement, and I could not find any business model in any of my handbooks that I had to understand and be able to implement the structure. So Bain Consulting arrives at SARS. They basically apply an illogical approach towards how you restructure a complex organization like SARS, and all that they put on the table is a structure with no strategy, a structure with no job specifications, no key performance indicators or any targets. So it was merely taking people out of a block and putting them into a different block and neutralizing them. The unit that I was responsible for was criminal investigations and prosecutions. I had approximately 400 people that reported directly and indirectly to me. And if you can remember in the good old days, when you read on the newspapers, on the front pages, that SARS sent a guy to jail for 19 years imprisonment for smuggling rhino horns. That was my team that did those type of investigations. Then I made a finding, which I discussed with Mr. Tomoyani, that I thought that there was collusion between SARS, top management, and Bain. And I indicated to him that, in my view, they were busy eviscerating the SARS enforcement division. What we didn't know at that point, and what came out later in the Nugent Commission, was at the point when Bain entered SARS, there was already 17 meetings held between former President Zuma, Tomoyani, and Bain Consultants months prior to the appointment of Mr. Moyani. So how did state capture unfold in front of me? There was a complete failure to maintain any standards. The enforcement division were discredited and eviscerated, and there's no other word that I can use for it. There were over 550 people that resigned in 7 months, and these were highly qualified executive people. There was a deliberate collapse of the enforcement structure. There was a huge increase in unethical behavior, and there was also this idea in my mind that at that point private sector was facilitating state capture. There was a lack of leadership and capability. There was harassment, and I'll come to the interesting parts now, where we were harassed and there were campaigns of fear and alleged intelligence reports. And this is where the meat actually sits. The persecution was ruthless. This picture that you see on the side is one of a lot of intelligence reports that was written about me. Fake, rogue intelligence reports that said my husband formed part of gang leaders in Cape Town and he was smuggling. And up till today, I still don't know what he is smuggling because we still only have one bathroom in the house. So he's a ridiculously bad smuggler. And I can say this now with a smile on my face, but at that point it really hurt me hard. So there are photos of my children there that they surveilled, photos of my vehicles in front of my car in a security complex, and then Mr. Big, one of the gang leaders in the Cape that they associated us with. As a result of all this, oh, and I need to also mention that apparently I worked for the CIA, but I still have not received 1 penny or dollar. So I'm still waiting for that as well. This is a letter, and I apologize for the fact that it's in Afrikaans, but you get the depth of it when you see the actual letter. This letter was written by my child when this was happening, when I resigned from SARS. And she wrote it to Judge Nugent. And she said, "Dear Judge, I write this letter from a house that's learning how to heal. We saw for 3 years how people ruined my mom's life. And with that, also our house. It tore it apart. My mom doesn't fight so much with us anymore. But that's nothing to do with SARS. They put her head in a bad space. And she thought less of herself. I hated it to see this. But things are getting better now. She's finally happy again." Now, if you can imagine an 11-year-old writing a letter like this to the judge, the courage it took from her to write to the judge, but also the courage it took to put the words on the paper, to express her view. And you can see the pain that she suffered. And she subsequently ended up in a psychiatric clinic for 21 days. And Kayla is fine again, I can report that. So my end at SARS. I was demoted and my position was downgraded. There was continued state capture at SARS. I resigned on the 27th of October 2017 after being persecuted for basically 3-4 years, and I couldn't handle it anymore. What was shocking to me was how quickly the media houses started to pick up on this, and how quickly the journalists were starting to write about my resignation. I was not even yet at my house when the first media article was released, but thankfully, it was all positive, and it was in good grace towards me. I was persecuted in my own capacity and my family, and one of the deepest sorrows that I will carry forever in my life is I was escorted from the premises of SARS the day that I resigned like a criminal. I had to go back to SARS and fill in my pension funds. And they did not allow me to go into the premises. I had to sit on the floor of the reception at SARS head office to complete my pension forms. I asked them not to cancel my cell phone contract or my medical aid, and they did both of that. So I couldn't phone, I couldn't do anything. And I was sitting at home because I was not allowed back at SARS. I had to work my notice period from home, and I could never say goodbye to my team of very, very good people that I love and have a huge amount of respect for. I suffered 2 mild strokes as a result of all the stress. I now suffer from depression, and I proudly talk about mental health because I think that is something that needs to be spoken about. And I suffer from epilepsy. This morning I was discharged from a clinic where I attended 19 days of therapy for my epilepsy. And I said to the doctor, I will be here today, even if they wheel me in a wheelchair. Thank you for that. I had to job offers subsequently after I resigned, but Tomoyani's office phoned both these prospective employers and told them not to appoint me, as it would not be good for their own benefit. So then comes Judge Nugent and Judge Zondo, 2 of my favorite people. And Judge Nugent confirms what I said. And he says the day Mr. Moyane took office was a calamity for SARS, a massive failure of governance and integrity. He turned a world-class organization upside down, leaving SARS as it is today, racked with intrigue, suspicion and distrust, and fear of senior management, information technology that is in decay, space for the illicit trade to flourish, loss of long-serving skills, experienced personnel, and revenue collection compromised. And then Judge Zondo continues to say, the SARS evidence is a clear example of how the private sector colluded with the executive, including President Zuma, to capture an institution that was highly regarded internationally and render it ineffective. Now, with all of this sad news that I've shared with you, I also want to share with you, I think I went one too far now. No. I want to share with you the following. And my message to whistleblowers are to respect everyone and that nothing matters except your will to succeed. It won't be easy, but you can change lives no matter what position you hold. Start each day with a task completed. And if you've listened to General McRaven's Make Your Bed speech, this is taken from it. Change the world for the better. Never, ever, ever give up. Face the bullies. Life is not always fair. And find someone that will help you. Now, you will see that that's a beautiful picture of my family, and that's exactly what I did. I found my family again. I'm staying a servant of this country. I have my credibility in check and my track record that speaks for itself, and I'm motivated by the higher purpose. And then the good news. Against all odds, S&G Grant Thornton, which is an international audit and advisory firm, approached me and they appointed me as their compliance and ethics officer. Thank you. Even after they were also phoned by Mr. Tomoyani to say that it would not be beneficial to them to appoint me. So I want to use this forum to say thank you to S&G Grant Thornton as well. And ladies and gentlemen, I hope that it was not too a sad story, but that it gives you hope, that it tells you through what whistleblowers actually go through, and the support that they need. Because if it was not for whistleblowers, we would not have known about any of the corruption or the crime that is killing our country at this point in time. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ronald. Just to get a photo. Sure. I'm going to leave this at the back. Yes, yes, please. Thank you. Let's sit on this side, let the moderator. Thank you so much, Ronald. So colleagues, I think hearing such stories sometimes would make you a bit fearful. I think that's not the purpose. The purpose is that there are people out there that are bold and that are willing to take a step forward and to do not only what's legal, but what is right. And I think that's what we need to take away from whistleblowers such as Ronel. It's not to invoke fear, but to say, go out there and do the right thing. It may not always come across favorable, but that's not the point. If we perpetuate the cycle, it does not end. And I think that was one important thing we really need to take out of it. So thank you so much for sharing that story with us. Just moving on into that discussion and bringing on our next panel, which is going to be a panel that looks at navigating the gray area between integrity and retaliation. So I think these discussions are also going to be quite important to understand those very thin lines between the two. So at this time, okay, so I was told to keep talking. So my moderator and my panels are coming. Unfortunately, I do not have jokes. I'm not a comedian, I'm an attorney. So we are told that we are very serious people. And I do not have a sense of humor. So my sense of humor is non-existent. But I think maybe at this time, I just also want to go back to reiterate the importance of what's going to happen tomorrow. So the reason why we are literally going to have the signing ceremony is to say we are taking a bold step, we are putting our signatures on a pledge, and we're saying we are going to do something about this very important discussion around combating corruption. But moreover than that, it doesn't end here. So post this summit, we are going to get engaged with further conversations. We're going to get engaged with all of these other U20s, G20s, all of these discussions that are happening. How do we put our voice across? How do we as the University of Johannesburg actually be at the forefront of making a difference and taking a step forward? So I think it's quite important. I hope you guys will all be here tomorrow. I hope that you will be able to put your signature on that pledge as well. At this time, my panel is ready, yay. So I'm going to call upon Mr. Ben Thron, who's our moderator, as well as our panel members.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ben Theron, and I am the CEO of the Whistleblower House. We have served 403 whistleblowers. And when I hear that story, it's multiplied by 400. There are at least 4 whistleblowers in the audience today that we've helped. And I just want to acknowledge the courage that they show every day of their lives. The Whistleblower House exists for no other reason than to support and protect whistleblowers. And the amount of courage we see on a day-to-day basis is what is a glimpse today what you've seen there. And that gives us courage to do this stuff. And not easy to do that. We have a very interesting discussion today, and I'd just like to introduce my panel. Lauren Salt, executive in Edward Nathan Sonnenberg's Employment Department. Lauren is a full-spectrum employment lawyer with a proven track record of success within both domestic and global legal practices. Her dedication lies in collaborating with clients to problem-solve their complex employment issues and providing them with a clear, actionable legal and strategic counsel. I cannot repeat what was said about Ronel, so I'll just skip that portion because she was introduced. The next person is Garth Duncan, partner at Webber Wentzel. He's a dispute resolution investigation specialist. He has been involved in a wide variety of disputes and investigations ranging from corporate governance, employment law, insolvency and business rescue, engineering and construction, financial services. This is a lot.
Sorry.
Defamation and telecommunication is also certified fraud examiner and has assisted clients with criminal complaints and criminal prosecution. Kyle Terry Lamb is a partner at Evershed Sutherland He advises clients and presents training on all aspects of employment law. He regularly appears for clients in litigious disputes and at internal process or external dispute resolution forums in respect of labor law disputes. Let's start off and linking it with the panel that we had this morning when people spoke about good faith whistleblowing. Lauren, let's start this conversation at a proper note. The opposite of good faith whistleblowing would be weaponizing whistleblowing for your own benefits, whether that is facing disciplinary action, whether you have performance management, or whether you were involved in things doing wrong as well, and then you blow the whistle so that you can protect yourself. Talk to us about that topic.
So obviously we're now going to start with the controversial topic. Please, no one throw tomatoes. So in my environment, I see a lot of these employees who weaponize whistleblowing protections. And the reason this is an important discussion to have today is because the impact of that is that it then dilutes your culture that you're trying to create as an organization to say, come forward and lay your complaints. Because now you've got complaints that are, generally speaking, these employees who try and delay and avoid disciplinary action are bringing either exaggerated claims or claims that are just outright false. And so what do you do as an employer balancing the encouragement of legitimate whistleblowers and the deterrence of these bad faith whistleblowers? And so it's a really tricky line to navigate. And what we see a lot is that employers are really cautious to deal with any whistleblower who they may believe is a bad faith whistleblower. So they either do nothing and then they've got a problem. And then it's generally a perpetual problem that at some stage down the line, they then take an extremely hard line and they may overreach on things like sanction, and it just then taints their culture for different reasons. Or up front, they say, we've got a zero tolerance culture to bad faith complaints, and they straight off the bat act very quickly. And so in looking at these sorts of complaints as an organization, my recommendations would generally be to triage that complaint up front. If you've got some kind of melting pot of various issues, you've got your investigators who've been looking at the disciplinary complaints in respect to this particular employee. Now you've got all of these other potentially linked complaints. Generally, there's harassment involved as well. The line manager's harassing this person because this person now knew about some kind of fraudulent conduct that occurred years ago. Try and create a separation of the issues. Try and, as soon as possible, test the allegations. Often these bad faith whistleblowers don't want to engage in any kind of extensive investigation because they know that there's some kind of issue with their allegations, and look at the timing. So often these complaints come either when there is impending disciplinary action, performance management, or immediately after they've been handed a notice. So I like to call it the 11th hour or the 13th hour. And from there, don't necessarily hold back and not take action for legitimate reasons. So if there are legitimate performance complaints and legitimate performance management issues, don't just hold back because someone is trying to invoke the mechanisms in the LRA to say if there is a legitimate whistleblowing complaint and the disciplinary action or the action being taken against the employee is linked to that protected disclosure, that the employee can then invoke the right to go to the CCMA to have an independent arbitrator determine that particular dispute. And we see this a lot. They try and use that to delay because they know the CCMA is not going to do it quickly, and there's an ability to try and drag things out. So still persist. Obviously make that assessment if there is in fact a legitimate protected disclosure that took place before the disciplinary action occurred, and then be very careful, because what you don't want to do is get dragged into the emotion, because that is what dilutes the culture. You've probably got a whistleblower who's then going to go out with a loud hailer and tell everybody that they're being victimized because now they're going to be facing disciplinary action or no one is investigating their complaints. You as the organization can't counteract that. You can't go out with a loud hailer and say this person has got false claims and you shouldn't entertain them and we're actually not victimizing them. So tread carefully in that regard and don't get dragged into the emotion of wanting to do those sorts of things, reacting extremely harshly, and right off the bat counter alleging that they have brought this false complaint. Let the legitimate disciplinary action, performance management run its course, and when the emotion has subsided, then decide what you're going to do with that false complaint and that particular bad faith whistleblower. And you may still not upfront achieve what you're trying to achieve, balancing the encouragement of good faith whistleblowers with the deterrence of the bad faith ones. But if you do it consistently, employees in the organization may then see that you as the employer are not entertaining these sorts of frivolous bad faith allegations, but you are dealing with the good faith allegations. And another thing I think that in balancing all of those things is important is understanding that these bad faith allegations generally create another victim. So the person about whom the false allegation has been made then becomes a victim. And you should be seen as the employer to then protect that victim. So controversial, but I think that it is really difficult to navigate those sorts of things as an employer and try and maintain discipline and the avoidance of these sorts of delay tactics with balancing the encouragement of good faith whistleblowers.
That brings the opposite of that. If you have a whistleblower, like we've heard now, how do you treat, what is the expectation from top management? And if anybody else wants to chip in with this one, please feel welcome to do that. The opposite of the bad faith and abusing the system, if a whistleblower is honest and there's a real case, how does top management support that process, change the culture, and just engender a culture of open communication and whistleblowing? Anybody?
I would just say that, just drawing on my own experience, to have people that actually embody the actual culture, that not only, and in organizations such as mine, that have actually drafted the policy behind the culture, but also live it out. So when there's a complaint, that it's fully investigated. We have a whistleblowing hotline, so it's independent. But then if it is valid and it is factual, based on not just spurious allegations, but actual evidence that it's fully played out. But I think your question is how do you make sure that the people in positions of authority have to live by example. They need to almost believe in their own culture of whistleblowing.
And I think if I can just build on what Garth said, there are a lot of legal obligations that are your statutory minimums, and I think there's been quite a lot of discussion and scrutinizing of whether those mechanisms and provisions are adequate in their current form. And I think there's a general consensus that they're not. But that doesn't stand in the way, I think, of organizations taking it on themselves to take proactive steps, additional steps, steps that aren't required in law, steps that nobody is going to come and examine to see whether you're fulfilling those obligations. Be it in the first place in having a whistleblower policy, providing training, going above and beyond if the means are available to provide psychosocial support for those who blow the whistle. To take positive action beyond which is ordinarily required. And it even could be providing rewards to whistleblowers if monies are successfully recovered because of that whistleblowing complaint. So there are actions that can be taken even in the absence of any legal obligation to do so.
It is interesting that companies keep on saying we operate within the law. The law doesn't ask me to reward whistleblowers. They don't ask me to protect. They don't ask me. You just mentioned that companies don't have to wait for legal reforms to actual fact do something properly. But speak to us about the existing legal parameters for whistleblowing. Talk to us about how efficient or not, and then just a little bit into the future. What does the future hold in South Africa specifically regarding the changes in the law, Protect Disclosure Act?
Sure. So I think it was raised earlier today that there's actually quite a lot of legislation in place. The most common piece of legislation that's referred to is the Protected Disclosures Act, which deals with an employment relationship fundamentally, and also extends to workers and independent contractors who are deployed at clients or employers' sites. It was, I think, also mentioned on the panel earlier that there's a staggered approach to when a disclosure might be protected. And the first approach deals with where an employee makes a disclosure to their employer, and thresholds are set for when a disclosure might be protected in those cases. And it's a disclosure, of course, of some kind of impropriety that the legislation refers to. And that is where one has reason to believe that there is information that tends to show that there is some other kind of impropriety. And that sets the bar fairly low. It's not about the reasonableness of the information. It's about the reasonableness of the belief, which I think is important. And of course, there is this good faith element that should accompany disclosures, and I'll just make one or two remarks about that in a moment. The second stage that is available is where someone approaches a Chapter 9 institution. And the third is when one approaches the media or someone, a body or person who's beyond these Chapter 9 institutions. But in those cases, the threshold is increased. It's not so much about whether the information tends to show that there's been some other kind of impropriety, but it's where one has reason to believe that it is substantially true, which must imply some other kind of objective basis for that belief. There was quite a bit of discourse, I think, this morning on this good faith element. And I don't know if I'm going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons now, but I'm probably going to try. I was reading a case a while ago where a judge made a remark and said, look, when one's dealing with good faith, you're typically looking at whether you're making a statement honestly or sincerely. And often where there's a reasonable belief, good faith can sometimes be inferred. But the question comes in, what about my motive? What if I just don't have a good motive? Might that be an opportunity to say that my disclosure shouldn't be protected? And the judge made quite a strong comment to say, even if the disclosure is made with malicious intent, you are just disgruntled by actions that your employer has taken. If the information is good, well then we should say that your disclosure is protected, because otherwise it might have a very counterintuitive effect on what the legislation seeks to achieve. So I think the good faith element does come with a footnote, but I think in most cases the idea is that it's for a more philanthropic and important purpose that this disclosure is made.
Speak to the whistleblower, potential whistleblower out there. Speak to the employee that sees something wrong and he wants to do something about it. What would your recommendation be to that individual? I see something wrong. I want to report it to somebody. Talk to me about what I need to do.
Well, I think the question comes up, what are my ethical considerations here? And I think there's probably quite a strong mix of different duties of loyalty that comes to the fore. A duty of loyalty. One, in the first instance, it can be to your employer, to the citizenry, to yourself, where you know if there is some kind of impropriety and funds are being siphoned away from the citizenry, it's actually doing violence to the constitutional project. Those who don't have hospital beds in public hospitals because money is not being used what it's meant for. The basic amenities, electricity, water. So, you know, I don't think it lies in my mouth to tell someone what they should do because I'm aware of the all too sobering stories that I've heard today, that there are a lot of risks that come with that. But I think as a unified voice, if we have the courage to speak up, it is so fundamentally important to our democracy. So the options are to look in the first instance whether an employer has a procedure that can be followed to raise these complaints. Sometimes it's not going to be an ideal option. Sometimes that is the last thing you might want to do because you have a reasonable apprehension that an occupational detriment might be meted out against you. Or that the employer has actually looked into what you disclosed, but they're just not doing anything about it. They are submitting no real progress on the investigation, time's going on and disclosures aren't dealt with. At which point you might need to turn to a different institution, a different body, and ultimately to take those complaints forward.
It is sad that CEOs and senior management don't understand the value of a whistleblower. We have found our experience where people talk to us. The whistleblower is an early warning system, an excellent early warning system. And one example is the Daybreak Farms example, where PIC funded the Daybreak Farms. And when the CFO came forward and said, there's 15 million rand being stolen. Now the PIC talks billions. There's lots of zeros, trillions. So 15 million doesn't quite register anyway. Today, 2 or 3 weeks ago on Carte Blanche, they showed Daybreak Farms. It's derelict. The chickens are eating each other. People are unemployed. The place is completely run down. Over 200 million rand have been spent and lost there. Now, if they listened at 15 million rand, the farm would have been working, people have been employed, there would have been a community. And that example you can take into the SANDF arms deal, you can take it to SAA with the stopping of the purchase of airplanes, the locomotives in Transnet. Initially, it's a small amount, and nobody worries about that small amount, but it becomes billions very quickly. You. What did you recommend? You are a whistleblower, you are recognized as a whistleblower. What did you recommend to whistleblowers? In our experience, we always encourage people, it's on our website, that says, before you blow the whistle, follow the process, understand the PDA, follow the process, do an affidavit so that you get the protections of the PDA for what it's worth. But at least we can take you to court and say, it was done under the prescripts and therefore the person, and then we can fight for them. Other than that, give a little bit insights. Can I ask, just before you start, can I ask that somebody bring me the iPad because so I can see the questions as they come up? Thank you.
So Ben, if I had to write myself a letter today, I would have been far more clever. I would have raised my voice far louder, and I would have used a different way to get the message out. Because I trusted the whistleblowing process in SARS. It got me, I had to resign. Yusuf Dinath was suspended without any cause or it was completely malicious. But if I had to tell a whistleblower today, after everything that I've gone through, that it is worth it to do it, but You need to understand the legislation very clearly. And then there's something else. I did not know to whom I could go to get financial help or to get legal help, because I was not in a financial position at all to ask a lawyer or an advocate for assistance. So if we can get the message out there that there are big lawyer firms, and I know I'm asking for a lot now because you are interested in the bottom, on the bottom line. But if there can be something like that where whistleblowers can get advice and they can safely then submit their allegations within the law, but they've got a bit of protection in terms of having a lawyer, having an advocate, having, you know, some financial support. And that's exactly what the Whistleblower House is doing now. I think if there was a whistleblowing house when I blew the whistle, I would have followed that process, because it's something that it guards, it protects you. And that's real protection.
Garth, ethical considerations. We started off with abusing the system. I think it's now we talk about the ethical considerations of a whistleblower when they do that.
I think Carl touched on these a bit as well. I'm just drawing from experience. I took down 6 main things to consider. It's not what we're trying to get to, it's not a perfect algorithm for the perfect disclosure. There's no such thing where, nothing's going to happen to you. You're going to disclose everything that's necessary. You're going to have substantiated by the right amount of facts. But these are 6 broad things I've sort of, in my career, come to know of through dealing with whistleblowers and the sometimes unintended consequences where there's whistleblowers that are malicious and the like. But essentially, the first one is the public interest's motivation. What's your motivation behind it? Is it a genuine concern for the public interest? Or are you seeking to serve your own personal vendettas or to prevent unemployment? I've seen it and used fairly successfully. There has to be at least some verification of facts. It can't just be a feeling of suspicion. We have Preka that says reasonably suspicious. It can't just be a feeling that this person is dodge. I just have a sense. Base it on something. And then, Renel's spoken about her own experiences, exhausting internal channels. Sometimes they are, fully assist you. Sometimes they will be complete. But exhaust them and know what they entail. What they'll entail by you putting your name forward, by submitting the complaint to the particular online platform. Who's behind that? What's the process to be followed afterwards? And then one we always forget is privacy protection. Disclose enough, but not everything. Some people, we've seen reports where, joking this morning, they always come back to us as sanitized reports. That's what they labeled. But even in those, there'll be personal information, details about another individual or other individuals that actually aren't necessary for the complaint itself. So just guard yourself from spreading too much. The good faith requirement, which is it's up there, spicy topic. Also one of the provisions they're seeking to amend in the Whistleblower Protection Bill. It's one of the proposed amendments. And then proportionality. Just, think laying this complaint against considerations and damage it'll do to other individuals and the organization. But as I said, these are just 6 to consider. It's not a complete list, but through my experience, this is what I've noticed, some of the ethical considerations before laying a complaint.
One last question, and then we can go to the audience. We have now found that whistleblowers used to come forward, and then they get targeted. Now, the investigators the auditors, the financial managers are now being targeted and taken out. And that sends a chilling message to people just wanting to do their jobs. What is your message, and what are your thoughts around talking to the mother bodies, ACFE, SAIPA, SAICA, to start boosting and bolstering the protections for their members? There is a curveball.
No, I think it's a good narrative to start. You know, I reread, I'm not discriminating by this way, I love all newspapers, but I reread some Daily Maverick articles this morning, and was struck at how the story of Masilo Motepu, she was the whistleblower at Trillion, and her life was wrecked for 2 years. She got a good book out of it. And now she's a hero. But there wasn't enough protection. She basically had to go into isolation. She went through mental duress. She was put on various types of medication. And then she had, I think in total, 7 criminal complaints against her, separately lodged with all the drama that goes with it. But no protection came from it. But what I would say with those organizations, there's learnings to be made with this. And that's, I was joking with a colleague this morning, like the one thing we know how to do well as South Africans is complain. We do, but now we need to put it in writing. Let's put it somewhere where it counts. I mean, we know, I think it's October, sorry if my government gazette knowledge or my Sabinet knowledge is not up to speed, but I think there's a draft coming out in October. Let's be primed for it. I mean, we've all been discussing about what are the downfalls. Let's actually put our complaints forward, make sure the amendments happen which cater for protection, possibly remuneration, and a sort of consolidation of who can whistleblow and when.
Any other comments from the panel?
Maybe just one. I mean, I started off with the unenviable topic of the bad faith whistleblower, but what I'm hearing from the panel is that being consistent with the good faith allegations and the bad faith allegations, so dealing with all the complaints that you receive that are worthy of investigation in full, deal with those consistently. Same with the bad faith. And perhaps then, if you achieve that balance through the consistency, you will achieve the balance in the culture that you want to achieve.
Thank you. Anybody else? Audience, over to you. There is a Q code on top there, so you can put your questions there, but there are no questions coming through, either online or from you. So please put your hand up. We have a roving mic.
They have summit fatigue.
Good afternoon. Mr. Thagon, maybe my opinion or my question is on maybe what Mrs. Renee said earlier in terms of reporting the maybe corruption within the department. My problem is one, Mrs. Renee knew the procedure and maybe the definition or the red flag of what is described as corruption. But a normal individual who is an employee in the company might not know what is corruption, but seeing something wrong. My problem is that when do you report corruption or a whistleblower on corruption? The timing is very important because sometimes you can see things on the face value to say this is corruption, but actually what you report is just 2% of what you think it is corruption. Now, once you report it and knowing the policies of companies, some policy says if you lie, you can be fired from the company. Now, you already reported this 2%, and nobody really entertains you. Malaysia's reporting, yes. Now, at the end of the day, you might lose actually your job for something that you didn't have evidence of. I look at her presentation, you can see this is coming from the person who knows how to collect evidence and to package it. I might not know to do that. Now, my problem is that when and how do you report maybe that corruption or whistleblower on corruption?
I think you touched on a very important part, and that's education and training. I think that more people will blow the whistle if they understand what fraud, corruption and bribery means, that they can identify it. So I think there's a huge role to play, especially in government where they have tenders or work with suppliers and things like that, that there's more awareness and training to teach them what is corruption. And then on the other hand is that your investigators that form part of investigating the whistleblower reports also need to be careful in how they treat your whistleblowers. And they need to guide them in terms of the process so that they are comfortable and they understand why they need to present certain evidence and what is actually required for the allegation to stand.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Two things. I think it's always important to... I know Ronald van Beek. I don't think she knows me, but at the time, I was a young baby just entering the work market at SARS. So I can attest to some of the things that she's sharing today. And I think it's the importance of tone at the top. You know, when tone at the top is not right, it filters down through. Because my experience of being an investigator at SARS, at one point investigating somebody who's connected high up and then getting a call, being asked why am I interviewing that specific person. So then that tells you that this person has the power to call somebody up and say, this investigator, giving them my name, is investigating me. And then for them to be able to filter down through and ask me to justify that. So tone at the top is very important, and I can attest to some of the things Ronald is saying. So yeah, I think it's important to be able to validate people's stories when they are telling them. Number two, so I've since left SARS. I'm in the private sector now, and I think, Lauren, you were talking about this in the morning. One thing I'm finding now that I'm on the other side, dealing with whistleblowers every single day, I suppose the burden of having a facility where whistleblowers can be able to report is that you will get some form of malicious or bad faith-based reports or tip-offs, whatever you want to call it. And sometimes we often struggle as to how does one send the message to say, yes, the facility is there, it's independent, you can be anonymous, we will investigate it. And sometimes we even fight with management because operations have to stop when we come in because we are coming there, we believe you, you know, you've been victimized, you've been harassed, but only later on to find that, you know, there's no element of truth. It was malicious, but you only find that out later. And that also creates, you know, there's casualties when you're doing an investigation. So the alleged perpetrator who's been cited in the report, you know, it affects their mental health as well. So one always struggles, especially being an investigator, you struggle between, because sometimes whistleblowers, guys, can sell you dreams, hey? They will tell you all these things, but you find out later that there is not even one shred of evidence. So how does one really, something I'm still struggling with, and perhaps the question to the panel, you send a message to say, we do not, you know, want bad faith-based or malicious tip-offs, but also not discourage people from reporting, because literally we are there to be able to say, tell us what's wrong. Any form of unethical conduct, because this is why we go out there and do training, to say this is what ethics looks like, this is what an ethical picture looks like. These are the values that we stand for, these are the policies, we train that. So sometimes we are always stuck in the middle to say we do not want malicious tip-offs, but at the same time, if we go and punish somebody for, reporting a malicious tip-off, inadvertently we are sort of like sending a message to say we do not want tip-offs. I don't know if that makes sense. So some of the things in the work that you do we struggle with. I don't know if there's any advice on that. Thank you.
I think we understand what you're saying. It needs to be managed carefully. We've got two hands over on the side. And the message must go out through the company that says we do not tolerate malicious reporting, but we do encourage good faith reporting. Thank you. I'm coming to you, sir.
Thank you. I'm a university staff member, and maybe this is directed to Ronel. How do you become motivated to become a whistleblower when you've provided evidence worthy of being investigated, but it still does not see the light of being investigated? And emotionally, safety-wise, it becomes part of your work. And it affects your work. It affects you as a person, your integrity, your moral behavior, and you also see other things happening. But because you saw something and you provided the evidence and it was not investigated, what keeps you pushing? What advice can you give to whistleblowers for them to keep pushing, even though you report things, give the evidence worthy of being investigated, but they never see the light of being investigated?
This may be a very simple answer, but I believe there by the grace of God go I. So I believe that He puts me in a place where I need to fulfill a job. And He would never put me in a place where I will not be safe. Even through everything that I've gone through, I'm a true believer in God. But saying that, what keeps me motivated is that sense of higher purpose that I spoke about. But there were things that I saw at SARS happening to our beautiful country, where an old gogo didn't have to sit in front of Durban Hospital for 4 days to wait for her cancer medication. She could go in, within half an hour, she could get her cancer medication because of the work we did at SARS, the money we could bring in. It was spent wisely. So in all my life, I've seen these things happening where good happens, and I form part of that good, even though the end result may have been horrible for me. You stand up again. And it sounds very easy, but it is not. But I find my power in my God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. I had a simple question about the concept whistleblowing. I leave that for last. But after that profound response, I just have to make a comment on that. I think, Ronel, I want to commend you, for the bravery. As you were speaking there about SARS, in terms of the Global Competitiveness Report, we rank 65 out of 69 countries. So we are bad. But with tax collection, we are number 2 in terms of corporate governance. So you guys are doing an extraordinary job, but it's so sad to see all the good work being confounded with corruption. So I want to just first of all commend you for, the bravery. It doesn't take, there are many whistleblowers, or those ones who wants to say something, who simply, as my colleague has said, don't want to come forward for a variety of reasons. So, Program Director, my question is simple. This word whistleblowing, how did it come about? Who invented it? And why is it? I'm worried about whistleblowing. Is there another name for it? Whistleblowing, it sounds so biggie. It sounds a little bit, it sounds funny. But I mean, it's such a serious connotation. I just want to understand how did the name whistleblowing come about? I thank you.
There is another question over here. There's a lot of debate about the word whistleblowing. And 6 weeks ago, I think, I attended the South African Council of Churches conference on corruption. And they are opening up the discussion and the debate about what should the word be. And they actually use the words impimpi. And they ask, how can we change the connotation of impimpi to become positive? Because the whistleblowers will be the light of the country and our population to put us on the right path. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Zakwana Belasa, and I just have maybe 2 questions and a comment. I just want to find out specifically on whistleblowing, and this is really at the backdrop of the fact that I think the NACIC is now currently expanding, the PDA to members of the public, right? I think the upcoming Act is going to be now involving members of the public to be also protected. But just thinking about, as I do a lot of work now, both professionally and just in my own space in communities, and just understanding how there's this lack of understanding of what really corruption entails. And now that we are going to have this enlarged pool of people who are going to want to be whistleblowers, how are we going to be determining between, the difference between a malicious whistleblower and somebody who just doesn't understand what corruption is, and they just think, okay, I see something wrong and I want to say something about it, or I'm encouraged to say something about it. And Ben, you're raising a very important point when you talk about the professional bodies, and it's a conversation that I always think about specific, and maybe now professional bodies are going to start thinking about the ethical responsibility that we should be having as investigators when it comes to whistleblowers. And I say this because, when you think about the ACFE, for instance, their survey, like year in, year out, it tells you that 80% of the work that we do as investigators come from whistleblowers. But there's no ethical responsibility that we should be having. Working as an investigator, one of the key things that you see is just the plight of whistleblowers, and you find your hands are tied. There's nothing that you can do to support whistleblowers as an investigator, and I'm not even saying that our work should be expanded to support whistleblowers, but there's something that I always feel is ethically wrong on my side when I go at some point get a bonus because I did this work, and I'm getting a bonus, but somebody has lost their job, and they whistleblew and lost their job, but I'm getting a bonus because I've done something this incredible, or I've cracked this case. So just thinking about the ethical responsibility of what we as investigators should be thinking about when it comes to this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. There's the lady in front here. Let me answer you. The Whistleblower House under CEO, we've developed documents because we provide services in 4 categories. The one is legal, psychological, security, and financial. Those are the 4 categories, and we've developed document how-to books for each one of those. We actually partnered with the Association for Certified Fraud Examiners. We're hoping to talk to SAICA in the very near future to speak about how do you deal, and the question you ask is, you talk to a whistleblower, you get the information, you put the report through, but the whistleblower gets left there. We've partnered with the ACFE And we are providing training for investigators on how to deal with the whistleblower, and they can refer them to us because the cost for the whistleblower is zero. We carry the cost. We are an NGO, and that's what we do for a living. I hope I answered you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Masali Watara. My question is, how do you clear yourself from the image you got whistleblowing? So from Ms. Van Wyk's experience, right, there was mafia stories happening, her husband is related to this and that, and then they find out she's telling the truth, right? So how do you clear your name? Because normally they would just put out, someone would take credit for the information you have put out there. And you would be fired, you don't have a job, but an investigation committee would be like, we investigated SARS, we found this and that, but in there is information I gave as a whistleblower. But my image is still tainted, and I look like a victim, and there's no heroic image to the deed I've done, if that makes sense. So my question is, how do I clear my name? How do I go back into work, especially since Ms. Van Wyk is working again? Thank God for that, since you're religious. But other people don't have the same luck, right? So my question is for the masses who whistleblow and don't get the opportunity to recover.
The media plays an absolute important role in our democracy. They expose corruption. Sometimes they make mistakes, and they will quote Ronald, that was no mistake, that was planted, it was a strategy to bring down SARS. But the media has a responsibility to report accurately everything else. When your name is cleared, we would like to see the media come forward and say, and let me use a word, and this woman is going to cringe, the rogue unit still lives today. Despite news articles after the fact that says the rogue unit was never a rogue unit, it was a proper functioning organization that was established to fight corruption. And even today, I can tell you, Johan van Lochenberg walks around with a flag on him that says rogue unit. And it's difficult to clear a name. But more and more in South Africa, we need to stand up for those that fight for truth and justice, and we need to start protecting them, and we should start saying to people, stop talking rubbish, that person did the right thing. I do that every day. Thank you. One last question, I saw a name.
Just interject there, I mean, and yes, definitely the media is an important role player here, but the media is not necessarily going to report on every single whistleblowing event. If you as an employee have been wrongfully dismissed, you have the right to go to the CCMA or whatever bargaining council to challenge the fairness of your dismissal. For the everyday person that's not involved in, large-scale whistleblowing of massive proportions, you can go to the CCMA and you can vindicate yourself through that process. So to the extent that you put the right evidence before the CCMA, you say, I've been targeted here, I've been victimized as a result of my whistleblowing attempts, the CCMA ought to come to the right decision on that evidence to say, in fact, you were wrongfully terminated. And that will assist you as the everyday person to say to your new employer, I was targeted, here's my CCMA outcome. They said it was unfair and I shouldn't have been dismissed for this whistleblowing. I've decided not to be reinstated there, but I want to be employed by you, please consider me. And my best advice to people who have been targeted in that way, be upfront with your new employer. Don't let them find out from a social media post when they do that search on you, or at some later stage, do you know that this person was dismissed under dubious circumstances from their previous employer? Get ahead of the narrative.
It's a very, very important point that she's just made. Because when you get into an interview and they found your name somewhere else, you have great difficulty to find a job. And in South Africa, with a high unemployment, it is almost impossible if you've got a flag of a whistleblower. So it's an important point that she raised, that you need to clear your name. Thank you for that.
Afternoon to the panel. My name is Krishan Nte, and my question goes to what Garth had said earlier about top management sort of keeping the channels open for reporting. So my question is, how do you suggest that, independence of the internal procedures be protected? Because you'll have a situation where the employee or the person who's being accused of corruption or whatever bureaucracy is actually then the scapegoat for a bigger problem or the bigger institution, where we have a situation of technically the institution is quote unquote investigating it, but it's just in essence the co-accused investigating the perpetrator. How do we maintain the independence of those internal procedures? And then perhaps the second question is, how do you as, the whistleblower, ensure that, this case goes forward even after that ineffective internal procedure?
Carl, did you get that?
I think I got most of it. I think, to your first question, the integrity of the procedure must be maintained. So it must apply to everyone, holistically, regardless of their level within the organization. We use this buzz term in South Africa as an untouchable. It's like, no, there shouldn't be someone, especially if they leading the organization, cannot be immune to its policies. So I think it must be applied to each and every person, equally, and with the full measure as against every other employee within the organization. As to taking it further, Renel's courageously shared about her long journey. And sometimes it's having the conviction to take it to its end point. Sometimes the internal remedies don't result. One lady was mentioning a particular example where evidence was put up, but it just stopped there. Most of the time it's endurance, and if your own organization is not willing to investigate, then to take it further. I could just use an example of perseverance where I think it was only this year I've been involved in a criminal trial for one of our clients. Also, not as many postponements as the one gentleman mentioned, but there were 12 postponements for medical reasons, one of the co-accused being out the country. But we finally secured conviction after 10 years. It's a 15-year, thank you. It's a 15-year jail term, because it falls under the minimum sentences for both husband and wife, who are going to now serve time, but it took us 10 years. And it's not just 10 years, it's, our firm, I spoke about the big naughty firms, we did our attendances to Palm Ridge free of charge because this was important to client. We assisted, not interfered, sorry, we assisted the prosecutor. Some days I would just be sitting with him flagging the docket, putting little, those little nice flags, they had fun shike and those 5 colors, they don't expand to 6. But just helping him through those 10 years with all the postponements. So sometimes it's just about perseverance, whatever the cost. And I can't speak as personally as Renel, but sometimes it's just about taking it to its end, regardless of the cost. Yeah.
We must remember that in South Africa, our systems are overloaded. We are stressed. In South Africa, and the African Council says this, we are a traumatized society. To my panel, thank you very much for your participation. I just want to thank University of Johannesburg for the opportunity, the importance of the topic of corruption, very important topic of whistleblowing, that they put it on the table. We can talk about it. We must keep on talking about it until we fix our country for our children and our children's children and our future generations. For you, the audience, thank you very much for the questions, because without you, we wouldn't have made any sense. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Me? Okay.
Thank you very much.
A big thank you to our panel and moderator. I think these conversations are conversations we need to keep having. They're conversations that are very important. And I think what's more important is for us to continue asking the question, what do I do? What about me? How does it impact me? The more you are equipped with answers and knowledge, the more you have the courage to actually come forward. So I think that is a very important discussion. At this point, I know it's been a long day, but I hope it's been a very fruitful day. We are going to end off with a nice little poet session. They are absolutely fantastic. They're called Puns and Things. I really hope that you will enjoy the session. Like I said, they're fantastic. And then after that, we will close off. And then, yes. So let me bring them on stage. Without further ado, I hope they are ready. Are they ready? Are they ready? Where are they? Where are they? They are this side. Hey, I'm so confused. Okay, let's bring them on stage. I'm just gonna.
I swear to speak poetry. The whole poetry, nothing but poetry, so help me God. Your Honor did not kill this man with my poetry. He died because of the truth it speaks. I was speaking to his mind when he took it to heart. See, I believe in poetic justice and the principles of art. That it is important for a man's content not to be impotent, meandering aimlessly, polluting minds to aimless. But my mind is a weapon, loaded with words aiming at ignorance as I shoot you down with opinion, and my mouth is a cannon, printing words, producing pictures. Pay attention before this picture pixelates. A man with blurry vision easily loses his path. But I wrote poetry as a guide dog, a blind man's stick and sense for the dyslexic. So I refuse to be locked behind 16 bars while I can use words to rearrange a constellation conundrum of stars. Your Honor, I'm only guilty of speaking truth under the oath of poetry, so prosecutor, rest your case. I object and reject to be subject to this subject that subjects us to silence. And they wonder why we respond in verbal violence. They try to give us enough rope to hang ourselves. These formal ties that tie our tongues together, but we broke our minds free. I did not kill this man with my poetry. He died because of the truth it speaks. I said, the wise have spoken, in bold punctuation that ye are corrupt. For ye hath corrupted thine purpose and so thine self. And its character assassination to us as a nation that stand on the sidelines defining the black and white lines. See, we have a habit of bad habits. And bad habits have a habit of making us their natural habitat. But the wise have spoken. Be true to thyself, they said, and find your purpose. A sense of longing for something beyond the bounds of your timeline. It is purpose that defines us. Purpose that drives us, that binds us to dreams, for dreams are the architects of purpose. I did not kill this man with my poetry. He died because of the truth it speaks. I said, I argue with time and destinies at my corner reasoning, that the earth needs salt and I'm the seasoning. I'm beginning to see through the evening, that even in darkness I'm evening the odds. Godly knowledge is light, and at night my sight is sorting through idle gods. That's my destiny. Destiny knows who I am. I, the echo of sons and sons and sons and sons and sons of Abraham. The ripple effect, in fact, after February, I'm joining the march of man like saint, like man healing with touch. I stopped watching my watch. God asked, what's with the uncontrollable rush? Peace went still because I told it to hush. I am who I say I am, the great I am in you. I did not kill this man with my poetry. He died because of the truth it speaks. I told him, I am here to free you from Johannesburg. I come as a modern day Moses. So Joburg, let my people go. I have come for my father's prodigal sons, the silent ones drowning in your moon-shaded trance. My people have become slaves of your dreams and feast from the promise of wealth in sweat. Yet in sunsets my father's daughters lie with men they've never met. Joburg, let my people go. You have become your own foe. Let not my people reap from what you sow. What I saw makes God and I saw. Sisters with bellies, brothers pushing trolleys, and when the gates of sight open to stolen light at the brink of a full moon, we know what cow this night shall birth in the womb of darkness. Children of the night playing hide and seek with the sun, waiting for late afternoon without the moon. Soon, such deeds shall not be spoken of. Your rule has no role, deeming futures black as coal. Johannesburg. They call you as you snatch another soul. Meanwhile, Joe hassles begs, trying to salvage the dreams you stole. What is a man without dreams? On him the sun will not shine, so he walks without shadows, chasing colorless rainbows. There shall be no love like Cupid shooting pointless arrows, and this man will be filled by the pride he swallows. The gutters remain a home for those that begin with no dreams to see their ends, and the clouds will not dare cry for the unseen. Joburg, let my people go. The millions that make you billions are shackled in shacks. I have come to return the human in blacks. They continue to feed the mouth that bites them and lament fragments of the truth that secludes them. That short journey that reminds them. It's a fine line between Alex and Sentin. Just across Greyston, where concrete roads know their footprints, my people find themselves lost in time. Fired for being late of late, my father's daughters speak African time as their periods come late. Nations in her belly did late. We mourn the unnamed. Children growing in your streets remain unclaimed. Millions die in your hands as denial feeds your conscience. But in your name we still pledge our allegiance. For you have promised us wealth in sweat. But I regret to inform you that we're still drowning in debt, while our leaders and their pockets grow fat. Now stomach that. Get our children with guns in their eyes drawn to your false glow, and you still refuse to let my people go? Johannesburg, the land of jazz and pizzazz. Sophia Town ready to teach those without class. Cellos and saxophones singing in baritones, semitones, laced along your tongue as you call upon my people to be your own. Joburg will love to love you. But how do I love love that loves me not? I have come for my father's prodigal sons, the silent ones drowning in your moon-shaded trance. They will no longer make bricks for straw. I speak my father's law. Let my people go, or deliver your promises. I did not kill this man with my poetry. He died because of the truth it speaks. What is a man without dreams? I called him and said, come, let us wet tongues about dreams. What do you know about dreams? I used to dream of having one of those, but now I sit and dine with my dreams, master and servant. Nightmares are the elephant in the room. We've been sweeping under our tongues with a broom. This conversation is long overdue. My dreams are my dreams. I want to walk my dreams while daydreaming on a cold winter night and wrap myself with dreams just to prove that, like God, dreams are in abundance. See, my daughter is the girl of my dreams. There's nothing I wouldn't dream for her. I want to take her to dreamland, introduce her to my dreams, and let them tell her how highly I dream of her, that I would crucify my dreams to die for her nightmares. And there's no clause that says she needs to believe in Santa Claus, because no girl child of mine will find her dreams in the hands of another man. These are the dreams our daughters must learn, that some dreams you dream and some you earn. The midnight oil must burn to the ground. My dreams are me dreams, and I'm here to collect. I want to dine with my dreams, cook food for the mind because I'm thoughtful, that my dreams need to be fed to keep my soul healthy. Wealthy is he that feeds his dreams plenty, but a man should not have to bargain for dreams with his dreams. Such blasphemy. To monologue through life without dreams is a futile exercise, and I'm tired of running my mouth. The silence is in the background while I make all the noise. I'm closing my ears, trying to listen to the sound of my voice. Maybe I'm not loud enough for my dreams. Dreams are my birthright. I wine and dine you right, yet I'm left without dreams. All my dreams have left. I need dreams to cultivate my imagination. What is a man without dreams? But my dreams respond in kind. My dreams ask me, what do you know about dreams? You and your kind are yet to learn the powers they wield. You forsake your own for the dreams they televise. You leave your dreams and live everyone else's dreams but your own. You were once full of dreams. They used to gather the measures of your feet and kept your souls clean. But you sold your dreams, thinking you could foot the bill. She the shoe fits, But with laces untied, many fall short of graces. The messes carry no weight. But they got you ashamed to be seen holding hands with your dreams. You used to dream wild like the wind, but you blew your chances. Was it not you a while back in hot pursuit of your dreams? Relentless in your approach, your dreams stood no chance. But the chase is better than the cage, right? So here you are, bargaining for dreams you were born clenching. You wine and dine your dreams wishing upon a destiny fading. Yes, what is a man without dreams? Dreams. The lack thereof is the absence of God and the universe in you. For dreams are messages from God that you can have great dreams. It is God's will. Your dreams are written in God's will. Your dreams would never forsake you, but other gods will. Awake from your dreams and stop dreaming about having dreams. You have become fools of your dreams. You are full of dreams, but what are dreams to fools? And who's dreaming of fooling who? Awake from your dreams and stop dreaming about having dreams. You can never ask for that which you already have. What is a man without dreams? What do you know about dreams? I did not kill this man with my poetry, Your Honor. He died because of the truth it speaks. Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic. I think in another life I was going to be an artist or something. But we've come to the end of our program, members. Just maybe some information for tomorrow and some housekeeping as we leave. Tomorrow is going to be a jam-packed, fantastic day. We are expecting our Auditor General to come through. We're expecting our Public Protector to be here. So be in the room, be part of the conversation, be part of the change. As we are departing, there are some mocktails outside for you. Please grab one, do a little networking. I know it's been a long day, but I hope it's been a fruitful day for you. For our delegates that are attending our gala, please can we meet, if we can maybe say at 5, by our art gallery, just so that we can escort you then to the venue. We're looking forward to that as well. To all those that are streaming in, our viewers, please join us again tomorrow. It's going to be a fantastic day. And Ellen is back, so even more reason. One last thing, you all received your delegate tags. If you could please bring those tomorrow, just to ensure that you have those as well. We can identify you. Because of the guests that we are expecting over the next 2 days, security is going to be extremely tight. So please bring your tags with you. If you do not have a tag, please let one of us know so that we can sort you out in the morning. But yeah, I think on that note, thank you very much. Have a wonderful rest of the afternoon, and we will see you tomorrow.